All right, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back. We are getting it kicked off here late night, early morning, whatever you want to call it, into the Sunday morning. God, I wanted to be on a few hours ago, but I just had stuff I had to do. We're gonna be going over the draft. Rounds 4 through 7 ended today. The whole draft is over now, officially. And we're going to go over fantasy impact for these guys that are on screen here on the big board, on the Jumbotron. You know, what do we make of Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet? And I got some thoughts on that, since I am a Kenneth Walker owner in my keeper league, in my auction league. So we're going to dive into that. We're also just going to dive into the rankings in general and see where these guys should be moving up, moving down. I'm going to show you guys my rankings. We're going to go through them. We're going to make some adjustments. And then we also got Underdog Fantasy Football Best Ball Draft. We're going to do 2 of them on this stream, live on the stream today. So we'll be going over that stuff. I do have the music back. I apologize for not having the music on. Last stream. That was a mistake on my part, so. But we're going to dive into all of this here. I am just adjusting. I'm just adjusting a few things here, so give me one moment. Okay, I was double checking that the music was on. I'm just trying to change these players, each player's destination here for these rookies. So once I finish up with that, we will jump into this. Man, we got some interesting destinations for some of these guys. Obviously a lot of people were high on Charbonnet. I was high on Charbonnet. That's changed, obviously. My first thoughts on the whole Charbonnet stuff is, if you're a Kenneth Walker owner, so this applies to myself as well, because I am a Kenneth Walker owner, you gotta handcuff both of these guys together, in my opinion. Whether you're in, it might be a little tough in a redraft league, but for me it won't be tough. I'm in an auction league, and I will do some redraft leagues, but my auction league is my main team. It's my main focus. And so yeah, I'm still gonna keep Kenneth Walker on my auction league. I have to, because I'm keeping him for like $13. I have to keep this guy. It's there's way too much value to let him go. Yeah, man. I mean, it takes a hit, man. But both guys, I think, take a little bit of it. I mean, obviously they take a hit, but you know, it's unfortunate. But at the same time, it may be a good thing. Who knows? We all kind of thought the same thing about this last year with Walker going to the Seahawks, and then Penny being there, and then hey, Penny went down, and you know, people that were Kenneth Walker investors cashed in, you know. And so that's where this guy went to. I was looking to see where this guy went. This guy went to Philly. But I mean, you know, I think the Seahawks are trying to get back to running the football a little more. Really, just with what they did in the draft, they go get Charbonnet, they go get some offensive linemen. It kind of really pushes me off of DK a little bit. I mean, I still love DK, but if I have Tyler Lockett, I don't know, man. I mean, they obviously went and got JSN too, so. But I think Pete Carroll, the Seahawks, I think they want to get back to pounding the football with these two. I mean, both these guys are 3-down backs, both of them, and they are a two-headed monster. They're gonna be. Now, you know, we could see a year though where, you know, do I think this maybe hurts Kenneth Walker's touchdowns? Maybe. But we could see a year where maybe he scores more, but maybe runs for less or something. You know what I mean? Man, it's unfortunate. Super unfortunate. All right, let me get these running backs and these receivers where they need to go. Sean Tucker didn't get drafted, did he? I don't think Sean Tucker got drafted. Where'd Chase Brown go? Chase Brown went to... I know he got drafted. Didn't he go to the Bengals? Let's just look these guys up by teams here. I think he went to Cincinnati. Sean Tucker. Or Chase Brown, I mean. Yeah, Chase Brown went to Cincy. That's just a really good spot for him, in my opinion. So Chase Brown to Cincinnati. It's crazy that we haven't heard anything about Joe Mixon. I can't believe that guy's not off the team yet. I mean, gosh. Anybody else find that kind of weird? Tajay Spears. I got Tajay Spears on here twice. Yeah, he went to Tennessee. We were tracking that. Zach Evans. Zach Evans is the last running back I need to figure out where he went. I don't think Sean Tucker got drafted. Zach Evans. Who took Zach Evans? Anybody know who took Zach Evans? Zach Evans. He didn't go day 2, did he? Andre Miller. Then went Spears. You know, we're gonna put Deuce Vaughn here. I'm actually kind of excited for Deuce Vaughn just because of where he went. So cancel. What are you doing here? Deuce Vaughn to the Cowboys. Deuce Vaughn to the Cowboys. Man, not really high on Pollard this year, but he avoided what we thought Kenneth Walker was going to avoid. That's actually where I was hoping Charbonnet would go. I was hoping he would go to Dallas. I was hoping he would either go to Dallas, Miami was a possibility, or Chicago. Those were kind of the 3 places we were hoping to go. Chicago had the next pick right after Seattle took him. And, you know, on Friday, on day 2. Day 2. So, man, it's just weird. Just weird, you know? If Tony Pollard stays healthy, he's going to have a pretty good year. My opinion. Do they re-sign Zeke? You know, maybe. I don't know where, you know, you got a lot of these free agent running backs. I don't know where they're going to go. Where are they going to go to produce? They're not going to be able to. All these older guys, man. I need to look up Zach Evans. I'm not even gonna look through the draft here. I'm just gonna look him up on Google. Zach Evans. Rams select Zach Evans. Okay, so he's in LA. That's actually a good spot. It's a good spot for him. He's probably not gonna play, but a whole lot, especially this year. But I'm just gonna verify that Sean Tucker went undrafted. That's crazy. Sean Tucker's so good. Goes undrafted. Yeah, figured as much. All right, man. Let's go over these guys. I'm gonna throw these guys up here. Throw these guys up here. Let's just go over these quarterbacks real quick. What are we thinking here? You know, we got Josh Allen 1, Mahomes 2, Burrow 3, Hurts. You know, just going over, you know, obviously these guys are being kept, right? Well, we don't know this for sure, but this keeper and the money right here off to the right hand side, those are the guys I got projected being kept in my league. I'm obviously not gonna know. I'm not gonna know for sure until August, till the beginning of August. About a month out from our draft day is when all this stuff locks in. Josh Allen, Mahomes, Burrow, Hurts, and then we got Tua and Lamar being kept. I'm feeling a little bit better about Lamar being kept now that all these shenanigans are kind of gone. But you never know, he might still be out there. As far as rankings go and dollar figures go, let's just kind of go through them here. Josh Allen 35. I'm gonna keep this here. Mahomes 36. I'm going to, they ended up getting another weapon. I'm gonna move him up like another $1. I'm gonna move him up another $1. You can maybe even say Allen up another $1. Yeah, we'll go Allen up another $1 too. I just think these guys are going to be people are going to be a little more aggressive on these guys. Burrow 27 is fair. I think he should be worth a little more. So I'm going to go like 29 for Burrow. I think 29 is fair. I could see people paying into the 30s for this guy though. I'm one of those guys. I would pay into the 30s for this guy. I would. Jalen Hurts at 26. They just went and got Swift, so this is going to boost his value. Speaking of Swift, we need to change his destination here. You guys can't see what I'm doing, but I'm moving his team, changing his team. Swift's in Philly now. Philly's interesting now. As far as Jalen Hurts go, 26. Let's move him up about 27. About $1. I don't want to go anything crazy. If somebody's paying about as much for this guy as they are for Mahomes, I don't think that's correct. I fully feel and think, I fully think that Burrow, Mahomes, and Allen are just they're another tier above Jalen Hurts as far as fantasy goes. Okay, for everybody out there, this is fantasy we're talking about. We're not talking about real life. Okay, and if you want to talk about real life, I think he's I would still take these 3 guys over Hurts. Okay, Hurts is only in his what, 4th year. How much is Hurts gonna run for, you know, this year? I'm willing to bet he runs less this year than what he did last year. He had 18 rushing touchdowns last year, like the most by a quarterback in NFL history. I don't foresee that happening again this year. So I think I really think his fantasy production comes down a little bit. And that might shock some people, but with Swift, you know, and I'm not, I think Hurts throws maybe for a little more, okay? But I think his rushing comes down. And for those out there that don't know, you're getting more points for rushing than you are passing the ball, okay? Especially when you're running for touchdowns. Versus, I mean, a running touchdown 6, a passing is 4, okay? It's 4 points if he throws for 100 yards. It's 10 points if he rushes for 100. There's a big difference in rush yards and pass yards. You know, I'm saying it out loud, man. You know, Fields at 20. They went and got an offensive lineman, probably one of the best offensive linemen in the draft, Darnell Wright. Sorry, putting this over here. They got DJ Moore for him. You know, he still has a solid tight end. He still has a solid tight end. You know, they went out and got some defense. They went out and got Roschon Johnson. Roschon Johnson out of Texas, who I think is... That's where Charbonnet should have went. Okay? But they went out and got Johnson, who I dare say... I don't want to say he's better than Charbonnet, but I think he's going to turn some heads this year. For all of us out there who are looking for, you know, maybe the next Kenneth Walker or something for this year, we thought maybe... I mean, because everybody knows Bijan's going to be Bijan, okay? Everybody knows that. I think the fact that Detroit moved Swift, I think that helps. That helps out. God, I can't even think of the guy's name here off the rip. That helps out Gibbs, okay? The fact that they moved Swift, it helps out Gibbs. I feel a little better about Gibbs. Now, I was dogging on him because of where they picked him at. That doesn't mean I don't think he can produce, okay? He's going to produce in this offense. And now that Swift's out of the way, he basically turns into Swift, okay? Whatever we thought Swift was going to get, let's just say whatever we thought Swift was going to get, as long as he was healthy, that's Jahmyr Gibbs now, all of a sudden. Plus, they don't have any Jamison Williams for the first 6 weeks. So look for this guy to... This guy's gonna, you know, I think Gibbs gets off to a really good start. He may hit a little bit of a wall, as a lot of rookies do, kind of down the road. Say week 13, week 14, week 15. He might hit a wall a little bit in fantasy, but I do think Gibbs gets off to a really good start. He's gonna turn some heads early. This guy's gonna burst onto the scene, I think. Especially if he can get... If this guy's getting 15, if this guy's getting around 15 touches a game, 15 to 17, he's gonna be producing right away, and he's gonna skyrocket. You're not Gibbs' trade value is gonna go through the roof the first 5 weeks of the season. If you're looking to move him, which I wouldn't be if I drafted him, but. Say you have a couple of good running backs on your team. You know, I'm speaking solely kind of on auction. Really, this guy is going to, you know, he's not going to be your third running back in a redraft league. We're going to find out when we do some of these underdog fantasy drafts. But you know, say you, yeah, I don't know, just say you got like 3 really good running backs. You end up snagging this guy somehow, some way for pretty cheap or whatever, or cheaper than expected in like auction. You could turn this guy into almost anything you want. Like if you need a big time receiver or a big time quarterback, maybe, you know, maybe you upgrade quarterback and try to go out and get somebody like Mahomes or something, or Burrow. You could do that with this guy. I think in the first few weeks of the season, I think he's going to be that type of guy. But Johnson is going to be the guy that we thought Charbonnet was going to be. Roschon Johnson out of Texas. He sat behind Bijan. This guy's better than what people think or what people know. They don't know how good this guy is because he sat behind Bijan. He came in every once in a while for Texas, but this guy is going to turn some heads in Chicago, especially with that offensive line. If they can get the run going with that offensive line, which they've really always been able to run the ball in Chicago. Plus, he's got a dual threat quarterback on top of it, so that's going to take a couple more eyes off of him and say like a read option type of scenario. But this guy, Roschon Johnson, is a 3-down back as well. He's built just like Bijan. He's built just like Charbonnet. The big 6 foot, 220 pound body frame. This guy can carry the load for 3 downs. And he wasn't as good as what people think. He's not as good as what people think because they didn't see enough of him. But I'm telling you, this guy's very, very underrated. Very underrated. So, and that's what happened with Chicago. They missed out on Charbonnet. Charbonnet probably was their choice. They missed out on Charbonnet. They went and got Roschon Johnson, and as much as I want to bag on them for not getting Charbonnet because I wanted Seattle to only have Walker for fantasy, they still made up for it, went and got Johnson. Johnson's going to surprise some people, like I said, so I wouldn't worry about him too much. Okay, let's just get through these quarterbacks here. Herbert, $26. You know, I'm gonna move him down a little bit. I'm gonna go 25, move him down $1. Lawrence, he's got Ridley. The hype is there for Ridley. Yeah, the hype is there for Jacksonville in general. Lawrence going to $21. Watson, I think people are a little less on Watson. 20 is kind of high for him. This guy's going to keep him for $5 in my league anyhow, so it's tough to tell what Deshaun might go for. I'm going to move him down to about $18. That sounds about right. I'm going to leave 2 at 17. Lamar is now going up to $30. He's going up $5. He's re-signed. People aren't worried about him anymore. He's still a fantasy producer. People are always going to think about him running the ball. I hope he runs less this year to stay healthy. But everybody out there in fantasy, they know the upside with this guy running the ball. So he becomes the third most projected at quarterback, in my opinion. That doesn't mean he's moving up the list any, but which he will actually here in a minute. So what we're going to do now... Is there anybody outside of the top 10 that we think we should move into the top 10? I think there's one guy, and I think it's A-Rod. I think we move A-Rod in now, and we're gonna move him in for Deshaun Watson. I'm moving Deshaun Watson down my board, guys. I gotta see it first. I gotta see it. So I have to see it. We're gonna move Herbert down. So it's 6. This is what I'm thinking here. Lamar's got a better defense and he's got better weapons now, in my opinion. Now that they got Zay Flowers and now that they got Odell. Remember, they still got Mark Andrews. They still have, what's the guy's name? God, I'm having brain farts today. They still got Likely. They still got Isaiah Likely. So this guy's got weapons, okay? And he still has that dual threat. Now, I know Baltimore's always been kind of a run-heavy type of team, you know, and everything. But now that they just paid Lamar all this money, man, and they got this other offensive coordinator, they're going to be I think they're going to be passing a little more than people think in Baltimore this year, okay? So give me Lamar. Let's put Lamar at 7. So this is gonna be crazy, but you guys are gonna think this is a little nuts. Well, we're gonna slide Herbert down a couple notches here. We're gonna go Lawrence at 7. I like Lamar. Take that back. Lawrence at 6, Lamar at 7. We're gonna move Herbert down to 8. And then we're gonna move Rodgers to 10. So Rodgers at 10. And then we're gonna go Kyler's gonna move down until we know if he's healthy or not. So we're gonna go let's see here. Kyler's not going to be 11, so we're going to have Deshaun Watson at 11. Cousins is going to stay at 12. Murray's going to go to the 13. We're going to move Daniel Jones down where Rodgers is at. Boom. These guys all move down a spot. Cousins stays there. Kyler goes to 13. Look, until I see Kyler is playing the whole year, he's up in the air. You know what I mean? I'm not bagging on Kyler here. For all those out there that think that I might be just, you know, I'm selling on Kyler. I need to know what's going on with him before he starts climbing. Because this isn't official, guys. We're just adjusting. We're just adjusting. What our ranks for them and what our price tags are for these guys. So that's what we're looking at right now. That is our new top 10. Rodgers is going up. He has to. He has to. He's with the Jets now. I said this, okay? I said this. I said he would slide up as soon as he got traded to the Jets, especially if it was sooner rather than later. Because now he's got a little bit of an offseason to work with these guys, get things right. Same thing with Lamar. Lamar just moved up from 10 to 7. Realistically, you could say he's top 5, maybe. Fields is just a little younger than him, and so Fields might have a little bit more run potential. Lawrence, I think Lawrence is above him because he just takes a huge leap, in my opinion, this year. This is the year that Lawrence just kind of, I think he turned some heads as far as fantasy. I mean, I think he did that last year, but I think he continues to. Jacksonville's going to be putting up some points this year on offense, in my opinion. Now that they got Ridley, solid first year with Etienne and Lawrence in the you know, on the offensive side of the ball in the starting lineup together. I just think that they got, you know, and they played in college together, but he still has a bunch of weapons, obviously, as well. And the receiving upside with that team is huge. It's huge, especially if he gets better, man, as a quarterback. And I think that's what he's doing year after year after year. Cousins is close to being over Deshaun Watson. Okay, he's close because he's got JJ. He's got JJ, and then they just went out and got Addison. So, another weapon. So it's going to be tough. I could see Cousins playing better than Watson this upcoming year. Murray, like I said, he's going to stay at 13. He's going to stay right here at 13 until we figure out what's going on. Geno. You see he's up there in a little age. I like him better than Jones. I like him better than Dak. This is why I'm not really on board with moving Dak up, okay? I know they went out and got, I believe they went out and got a tight end, right? They didn't get the one that they wanted, but I believe they went out and got one. I didn't get to watch a whole lot of day 2 and day 3 of the draft, so excuse me for not knowing everything right now. Yeah, they went out and got Schoonmaker, but Schoonmaker out of Michigan is more of a blocking tight end, okay? All those guys up in Michigan are block first tight ends for the most part under Harbaugh. They love to pound the rock. They pound the rock up there in Michigan. This guy's not Dalton Kincaid. He's not, you know, I wouldn't even say he's Darnell Washington in the receiving game. He's not Joe Musgrave. He's not Musgrave either. This guy's more of a blocking guy. I'm not so sure about their draft, man. Their draft's a little, I don't think it's the greatest draft Dallas could have had, but I don't trust. It's not that I really, and Dak has been turning the ball over a lot last year. I know. I had him on my fantasy team to finish the year off. Luckily I was like, you know, I was back and forth between him and Mike White. I had Mike White in there that one game that he played good for the Jets, but it's not really that I don't trust Dak. I think Dak can be a good fantasy producer to a degree. He does have a ceiling, but I don't really know if I trust Mike McCarthy in that offense now. Are they going to be running the ball as much as they can? More so than last year? I say yes, but I don't know how, you know? I don't know how they're going to do that when they didn't go out and draft a running back. They went out and got a Vaughn, but Vaughn's not a between the tackles kind of guy. Vaughn is almost a smaller version of Pollard. They're the same type of guy, really. They play the same style. Pollard probably can run between the tackles a little better than Vaughn, but I just don't know, man. I don't know. Vaughn's 5'5", 180 pounds soaking wet. This guy's not busting through the tackles like Zeke. I think they end up re-signing Zeke, if I'm being quite honest. I think Zeke comes back on a 1-year deal. On a 1-year deal that's, you know, 3 or 4, you know, $3 million. I think Zeke comes back on a 1-year deal. Or they go out and get somebody like Fournette. Fournette's out there. McKinnon wouldn't be an option, I don't think. Darrell Henderson's out there. I think they go out and get somebody. Or they re-sign Zeke. They have to, dude. They don't have a goal line type of situation back. They just don't. So, you know, maybe they could use Malik that way. You know, they got Malik Davis, so maybe they use Malik Davis that way. He's a shade under 6 foot, but he's only just over 2. He's listed 202 pounds. So Malik Davis he's not Zeke either. So what are they going to do? Are they going to be pounding the ball with their, you know, undersized backs that they got on the roster, because that's what they got, is undersized backs. That's what they have. So maybe they make a trade for Charbonnet. That's what they you know, Johnson, Roshan Johnson, Kendre Miller, and Zach Charbonnet are probably three of the guys they should have went out and tried to get in this draft. I don't know. You got to replace Zeke. Unless they think Malik Davis is that guy. I mean, I don't know, man.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. So, we're you know, we're just going to have to wait and see what they do here. So, Dak, he's not going anywhere. I might even move Dak down here a little bit. I want to move Goff up. I think who I am going to move down is Jones. I just have to, man. I don't care that they went out and got Jalen Hyatt. I really don't. Listen, Daniel Jones had a lot of rushing last year, okay? That's where a lot of his production came from. And we can go look at the... I need to quit exiting out of this. We can go look at the stats here, but Jones had a really good year last year. I think he hit his ceiling. I think he hit his ceiling as far as what his potential is in fantasy. He can maybe get a little better, but I don't think so. I don't think he can with what he's got around him. I see the Giants trying to run the ball down the throat as much as they can. Just run it down everybody's throat as much as they can, like last year, even more so this year. So take from that whatever you want. Let's find Daniel Jones here. I mean, Goff actually finished in front of Daniel Jones last year, at least in my league. Let's just go over his rushing from last year. You guys ready for this? Daniel Jones, 120 rushes, 708 yards, and 7 tutties. That's what Daniel Jones had last year. If we go back the other 3 years in the league, he had 62 rushes, 65, and 45. He literally doubled his rushing yards, or his rushing attempts. Last year, he doubled it from the year before and the year before that. And then in his first year, his rookie season, he only had 45. He ran for, let's see, off the top of my head, that's 8, 9. He's barely over 1,000 yards rushing his first 3 seasons in the league, and he just ran for 708 last season with 7 touchdowns. Year before that, 2 touchdowns. Second year in season, 1 touchdown rushing. Rookie season, 2 touchdowns. This guy's not replicating this, okay? He's not replicating what he did in the rushing game last year. In my opinion, he had 307 points, roughly, in my league last year. And I just don't see him doing that again. So I think his fantasy comes down a little bit. His fantasy rushing production comes down a little bit. Maybe he throws for a little more, but what did we say, you know, in terms from, you know, from last year to this year? That's, you know, the rushing numbers are worth more than the passing numbers are. You know, if Jalen Hurts only runs for 9 touchdowns this year instead of 18, he's missing out on 56 points just from touchdowns. That's a lot of points. So we're going to move Daniel Jones down from 15. We're going to move Golf was quarterback 9 last year. He finished a little bit from Herbert, finished better than Brady, Tua, Lamar, Rodgers, Wilson, Carr, Dak, obviously Murray, and all the rest. Give me Golf up here, man. Golf is still only 29. He'll be 29 this year. Give me him. I like him better than Dak. Okay? I know Dak has CeeDee Lamb, but come on. The Cowboys are just going to do cowboy things, man. I don't see Dak. Dak might play a little better than last year fantasy-wise, but I don't think it's going to be by much. And the guy just throws too many picks for my liking. Where's this guy at? Where's Dak at? There he is. I mean, Dak is going into season number 8. 302, 284, 315. Let's just call it 316. 4th year in the league, 387. That was his really good year. 162, 352 2 years ago, and then last year 218. Man, I get it. He missed some games, and 2020 he had 5 games. Last season he only played 12. I understand that, but look, he threw for 4,900 yards that 2019 season, just under 45 the 2021 season, which, by the way, was when there was no fans in the stands. And you look at his rushing production, it's went into the tank since year 1, 2, 3. I'm looking at what he did in the first 3 years, and it's declined significantly since those years, because he's not a running quarterback anymore. He was a solid one, not anything electric, but he was a solid running QB his first few years when he was young. Now he's a pocket guy who can get outside of the pocket, but he's not going to burn you with his legs. Not like Lamar, not like Fields. And I don't think he's really looking to do that at this age. He's going to be 30 this year, right? Yeah, he'll be 30 this year. He's looking to beat defenses with his arm. I could see him having like a 300-point year this year. That's not out of the question. But Golf just threw for 311, or he just had 311 points, and I think Golf could maybe have a little bit more of a better year. I think look, Jamal Williams had 17 rushing touchdowns last year. I think the rushing numbers as far as touchdowns go for this team, I think they drop a little bit from last year. Does anybody in here think Montgomery's getting 17 rushing touchdowns? I don't think so. I think you might see Gibbs have a few more touchdowns than what Swift had, and maybe even what Montgomery has, but they might be receiving touchdowns. So let's move this guy up. We moved him up. Dak can stay there. Russ can stay there. Let's move Jones all the way down to 18. I think that's fair. Look, these guys are all really close, okay? Could Jones finish better than Dak? Absolutely. Could he finish better than Russ? Absolutely. But these guys are all kind of right there. You could take one, it's really flip a coin and take one of them, really. If this is your... Look, this guy shouldn't... Neither of these guys should be your QB1. If they are, man, you better have really good receivers and really good running backs if they are. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, if you're in a 12-man league, look, from Golf on up, these top 15 guys, they should be one of your QB1s. And really, it should be 12 on up. But obviously things happen in redrafts and everything else. But All right, Stafford at 19. I think Stafford's gonna move down my list here. I know he's got Cup coming back. Okay, I get that. This Rams team is in rebuild mode. Okay, it is in rebuild mode. They might need another year rebuilding, honestly. If I'm being honest, they might need this year coming up to look. They're not going to be good. I'm just going to fair warn people. They're not going to be good. Are they going to be the bottom of the barrel of the league? Probably not. But I don't see this team getting past Seattle or San Francisco in that division. Okay, I don't see it. I think the Cardinals are going to be worse, but the Cardinals, look out for the Cardinals. I think in 2 or 3 years, they did some moving in the draft. Look out for those guys. I think there's a good chance that they move on from Murray come next season. We'll have to see where they're drafting at. If they're drafting in the top 1 or 2 next year, you might see Kyler Murray somewhere else. I'm just going to throw that out there. You could see them draft Caleb Williams or Drake May or somebody. I could see it, especially Caleb Williams. And they might end up getting maybe Marvin Harrison Jr. as well. Who knows what they're going to get for the Texans pick next year, because they have their pick. I'm going to move Matthew Stafford down here, man. This guy's 36. And Stafford kind of, what Stafford reminds me of a little bit? He reminds me of Matt Ryan. Look, Aaron Rodgers is going to be 40 this year. There's not very many quarterbacks who make it to 40 and play good. There's hardly any, if I'm being quite honest. There's Brady and a couple others, but that's it. And then obviously you got Rodgers, who won MVP in his 37 and his 38-year season. 38-year-old season. And then 39 last year. He didn't play quite as well. Granted, he had a bad team. This is a similar scenario. Stafford's got a bad team. This team isn't good. Okay? This team in LA is not good. This isn't the Super Bowl team that they had 2 years ago. So, I worry about Cooper Kupp. Stafford could re-injure something, he could look, the guy's going to be 36. A lot of these quarterbacks break down when they're 36. Some of them break, like Carson Wentz. He's broken down so much. He's only 31 and he's breaking down. You see Carson Wentz right here. This guy's broke down too. He's 31. Granted, he's not the same caliber of players. Somebody like Matt Ryan. You look at Tannehill and Dalton. Dalton's not the same guy that he was in Cincinnati, back in his Cincinnati days. They're broken down at 36 right here. Here's the age. A lot of these quarterbacks break down at 36, 37. If they get to 40 or even past 40 like Brady, they are anomalies. They are outliers. I don't know if Stafford's that guy. Stafford has thrown so many passes over the years. He's thrown so many sidearm balls. Everything. That's why he ended up having the surgery. I guarantee it. The wear and tear that he's put on that arm, throwing sidearm balls back in Detroit, back during that Super Bowl season, this guy's been doing it for so long. I just see Stafford moving down my list here. He's moving down from 19. He's got to. I got to throw somebody like... Look, I'm throwing Jordan Love in front of this guy. I know that sounds crazy, but Jordan Love's going to have a better team than Stafford is. Now, you could argue Stafford has the better weapon than Kupp, but I'm telling you, man. I mean, this is obviously QB2. This is QB2 territory anyways. So if I have somebody like Hurts or Fields or Mahomes, and you're like, hey, who's your QB2? I want the younger guy over Stafford. I'm sorry. I just do. because these guys aren't going to be starting anyways, unless a QB goes down. Let's be honest, or unless it's bye week. Okay, there might be a week or two here or there. You know, say if you have a starting quarterback like Mahomes or Lawrence or whoever, one of these guys in the top 7, they get dinged up one week and then they're going in like questionable into the, yeah, then you maybe went, but that's the only time you're going to switch QBs. So give me Jordan Love. Look, Stafford, in my opinion, he's not going to be fantasy relevant probably this year and moving on the rest of his career. Stafford could retire after this year. Okay, he could retire maybe in 2 years. I don't see Stafford making it into his 40s like Rodgers going into his 40-year-old season. I don't see Stafford even getting there. So Stafford could retire after this year, honestly, if I'm being honest. And he's had a good career, but he's had more wear and tear than somebody like Rodgers. And you want to know why? Because he just never had a defense back in Detroit. Team sucked. I mean, if we go, I'm curious actually to know how many passes. Let's look how many passes Rodgers has thrown in his career compared to Stafford. Granted, Rodgers sat behind Favre for like 4 years. But let's just of course this doesn't just show, it shows me every season, but it doesn't show me. Man, I need my calculator for this. Let's just round this here. Let's call that 1,600, 2,200, 2,800. So really 2,750 though. 2,750. 3,000. 3,000. That's 41. We'll call it 42. 42, 4,700, 5,000, 5,000. We'll call it close to 6,100. What's up, Jay? Oh, just going over fantasy stuff, man. So Rodgers has thrown 6,100 passes, roughly. 6,100. Let's go to Stafford. I bet you it's not even close. Matthew Stafford, man. Holy cow. I don't even know if I can add this up. This is so many passes. You know what's funny is that they've basically played the same amount of years. Even though Rodgers was drafted in 2005 and Stafford was drafted 4 years later, they both weren't starting quarterbacks until 2009 because Rodgers sat behind Favre for 4 years. So that's why Rodgers has lasted till he's 40 years old, because he didn't really play his first few seasons. And that's why this guy, Stafford, who's 36, and I'm looking at it right now, this guy's throwing more passes than Rodgers. I can already tell you he has. He's got a 600, 600, 600, 600, 630, 730 passes, 660 passes that year. I mean, that's crazy. And this isn't the first season that he's been hurt, so give me Aaron Rodgers over this guy. This guy's sliding down. Let me pull that back up here. Now where do we put Stafford? Okay, I think Bryce Young moves up. I think he's going to start day one. I'm moving Trey Lance down. We don't even know what they're listening to offers. They're trying to trade this guy. They're trying to trade Lance. Lance has to move down. I don't really want to move Ritter up. They went out and got Bijan in the draft. They went out and got offensive linemen. They are gonna pound the rock this year. I think Ritter plays pretty good, but is he producing like a fantasy one quarterback? I don't think so. There's a chance, but we still don't even know what Ritter is. That organization in the Falcons, they don't even know what he is yet. They're trying to figure out what they have in a, with him at quarterback. That's why they went out and got all these weapons. They're trying to see if this is the guy. And they're going to know if he's the guy because he's got a really good receiver, really good tight end, and a really good run game now. Really good. So, this guy could be one and done here in Atlanta if he doesn't play good this year. So we're going to leave him there. Lance is moving down. Let's go. God, let's move Derek Carr up, I guess. Derek Carr is officially top 20. I'm moving Pickett up. Pickett's going to go right here at 21. I like Pickett now that they went out and got some offensive linemen. And then we will move Stafford where Lance is at 22. So Stafford's going to fall down 3 spots. And then really this is what I'm going to do right here. I'm going to put Stroud. Stroud's going in front of Trey Lance. He'll start day 1. It sounds like Purdy's going to be the guy in San Francisco. So this is what we're going to do. We'll keep Jimmy G there even though he sucks. Guy throws hospital balls. And we'll put Trey Lance down here. So Lance, Purdy, right here, as you see with the mouse. They're both San Francisco quarterbacks, but we don't even know who's actually going to ultimately be the quarterback until something happens, Maybe they end up trading Trey Lance right before the season starts. So if that happens, then, Purdy's going to be the guy, I guess. He's got to be. I don't think they went out and got anybody in the draft, right? So we can always check here. I mean, I know they went out and got a kicker in the 3rd round. I don't know what that's all about. I mean, I know their kicker's like 40, 45, 50 years old, but come on, dude. What are you spending a 3rd round draft pick on a kicker for? Just sign somebody off the waivers. Just sign like 4 guys out of like undrafted out of college. Sign them for a training camp. Have them, let them have a kickoff. Pick the best guy. Drafting some kicker. If you draft a kicker in the 3rd round or higher, that guy better be like one of the all-time great kickers in league history, That's another conversation for a later time, but man. So San Francisco, they didn't go get a quarterback. No quarterback. So it sounds like they want to go with Purdy. And the reason why they want to go with Purdy, does anybody know why? I can tell you why. Because they remind the organization a little bit of Jimmy G. He's kind of a game manager. He's not a guy who's like Mahomes or Herbert, who's just going to throw for 300-400 yards. I mean, he's capable of that, but he's not like those guys. He's more of a game manager. They have the weapons around him to where he could just get it to them real quick, kind of like what Jimmy G did. And so that's why I think they want to go with Brock Purdy in San Francisco here. So Anthony Richardson. This guy's moving up, man. This guy may not play right away. If you're in a redraft league, so redraft league, for anybody out there that doesn't know what that means, it just means you draft your league every single year. You start from scratch. You don't have anybody on your team from a particular year that you keep or, you know, whatever, like a dynasty or a keeper league. It just means you start over, clean slate, you redraft your team. I wouldn't really target this guy early. I wouldn't even target this guy in the top 10 rounds, probably. Anthony Richardson, which I don't even have him on here. He's right here, right down here. He's in the pink because he's a rookie. I wouldn't really target this guy until maybe after round 10. You know, who knows? You draft this guy early and he ends up being like, say you drafted him as your QB1. You're taking a huge gamble. Because we don't even know if this guy's going to start right away. My guess is he's not going to. They're going to use this guy the first few weeks to, you know, they're going to use him as a utility guy. They're going to bring him into the game for certain plays, to like certain trick plays or schemed plays where they use his arm or they use his legs as like a gadget type of player. This guy's not going to be the starting QB day one. Unless he just blows Minshew out of training camp in practice, which I don't see that happening. They're gonna let this guy sit and develop behind Minshew because he needs the time to do that anyways. But they will still use him throughout the season. They'll bring him in for a play or two here or there, and just go from there. But if you could stash this guy on your roster, like I can, I'm in a keeper league. I can keep a player up to 3 years in my league. So if I draft this guy for cheap, under $10, yeah, this guy I could stash for next year, and then I can end up keeping him if I think he's going to be good or if he becomes the starting quarterback. And then I keep this guy, and now I have a value QB. At least in terms of auction fantasy football. Same thing though in dynasty redraft. You keep this guy for down the road. You keep him on your bench, and if he turns out to be one of the best QBs in the league, a top 10 QB, there you go. So, but in auction, which is what we're going over, this guy's moving up. His price tag is also moving up. Minshew is so Minshew's going to stay above him, obviously. He has to. I think Dalton slides down my list because I don't think he's going to start. So we'll put Dalton here. Tannehill sucks. He can stay here. All right, so we'll move Sam Howell. You know what, we'll just keep him right here. We'll keep Richardson right where Dalton was at. We'll move him up a couple spots here. So, now this guy's price tag's gonna go up. This guy, if you get this guy for like less than $10, you're absolutely stealing, okay, if you get this guy for less than $10. And because if he turns out to be something, he's gonna be really good for you in the long run. But yeah, you get this guy for less than $10, you're stealing. This guy should go for around. Now, you know, if there's people who like this guy, which there should be people who like this guy. Shane Steichen, the head coach, helped develop Jalen Hurts in Philly. And this guy's a very similar quarterback to Jalen Hurts, only he probably throws the ball a little further, has a bigger arm. He's bigger, or just as big, and he's faster. He's definitely faster. This guy ran a 4.43 40-yard dash at quarterback. So this guy should be going for like $11, okay? Now Bryce Young and Stroud, they should be going for about 12. I'm gonna say 12 and 12 apiece. There's a chance that Stroud goes for less than both of these guys, because maybe, I mean, it just depends on what league you're in. It depends on who's in your league and what they value these guys at. If you got somebody who is a Indianapolis Colts fan, you better believe that Richardson is going to be super high on their radar, and they're going to be willing to pay $20 for this guy, maybe just because they want the guy, because he's an Indianapolis Colt. You know, same thing with if you have like a Panther fan in your group, in your league, they're gonna be high on Bryce Young. Now the thing is, these rookie quarterbacks, especially quarterback, man, is these rookie QBs. Look, nobody was high on Mahomes when he was a rookie. Nobody was high on Burrow, really. This guy 2 years ago drafted Burrow for $3. Okay? He drafted Burrow right here. You see my mouse. He drafted him for $3. In my league, you keep a guy for $5 extra the year after, and you draft him for $5 extra than what you drafted him the previous year. So he paid $8 for him 2 years ago, or last year, whatever you want to call it. And then this past season, he paid, or no, take that back. This past season, he paid $8. This year, if he keeps him, he'll pay $13 because this will be his second year keeping him. That's like stealing. This guy Burrow should be going for like $29, $30 because he's no doubt in my mind, he's a top 5 fantasy quarterback. But this guy's he's keeping him because we made a mistake in our league. We didn't see Burrow's value. A lot of the people in the league didn't see Burrow's value coming off his rookie season. And they let this guy draft. We ended up letting this guy draft him for $3. Now he's keeping him 2 years later for $13. So going back to these rookie QBs, if you let these guys go for cheap in an auction league, if you let them go for like less than $5, and they turn out to be a superstar, which is what all 3 of these guys can be at quarterback, especially this guy down here, who can beat you with his legs. Probably better than just about any quarterback in the league now. I mean, go back and watch this guy play at Florida if you don't know what I'm talking about. This guy is a super athlete at quarterback, even more so than Lamar Jackson. Okay, and I'm not exaggerating whenever I say that. So if this guy goes for like $5, and let's just say he doesn't even play this year. Let's just say he plays like one game and it's at the end of the season and it's because Minshew gets hurt. And then we see this guy play and he plays like spectacular. And then they name him the starting quarterback. And then he goes into next season and he's playing, he's looking really good. He's going into 2024 and he's looking really good. The guy that drafted this guy is going to get him for pennies on the dollar. He's going to get to keep him in my league. Now this obviously doesn't matter in a redraft, but it matters in a keeper or a dynasty league. It matters in auction. You can't let this guy go for peanuts, because if he turns out to be good, the guy who drafts him is going to be making out like a bandit. He's going to be able to spend the extra money that he should have been spending on this quarterback. He's going to be able to spend that extra money of his budget on a running back, on a really good running back or a really good receiver. And when that happens, you let a guy build a roster, they're hard to beat in a keeper fantasy football league, because they just have too many good players on their team. And there's nothing you can do about it. Unless you snake them out of like a trade or something, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. So these are going to be the quarterback rankings for right now. We'll go over them more later. Let's go to running backs. I want to get the running backs and receivers before we end up doing these fantasy drafts. All right. Oh, what do we do here? McCaffrey, Barkley, Taylor, Brees, and Walker. So Charbonnet got drafted by the Seahawks. Obviously, Kenneth Walker, Brees Hall, these guys are being kept. They are on my team. That's what the pink up here is for. It's highlighted because that's my team. My team's the pink team or whatever. That's what the highlights are for. I'm keeping these guys. I don't care that the Seahawks went out and got Charbonnet. I do think it sucks. But as you can see, I have Walker for cheap. I'm keeping him for $13 this year. This should be 35 for Brees. I'm changing that. But I cannot let go of Walker. I can't let go of Kenneth Walker just because they went out and got Charbonnet. Because I'm keeping Walker for $13. It's just too cheap for me to let this guy go. Because if I let this guy go and I have to try to redraft him, or I put him back in the draft pool, we have to rebid on this guy. I'm telling you right now, you know, if I put this guy back in and we have to rebid on this guy, he's not going for 13 bucks. He's going for at least 40. I got him 45 projected, but he's going to go for at least 40 in my league. He's just going to. So there's too much value for me to let this guy go. I know they got Charbonnet. It sucks. You know, as soon as I seen them make that pick, I was cussing. But now, as far as these rankings go, I don't really want to change the projections. I might change Walker down to like 43. We'll take him down a couple dollars. People are going to be a little less enthused to take him, you know, as far as spending more and more money, seeing how Charbonnet's there. At least the people who know what they're doing. There, you know, there's people that don't follow this that much. They don't know who Zach Charbonnet is. They don't know that he got drafted to Seattle. They're going to be clueless about this. But the people like me and other people who follow this stuff, they're going to know that really his value is going to drop a little bit because of Charbonnet. Pete Carroll likes to have two running backs. It's just how the Seahawks are. And they're going to use both of them. The question is just, what is the split? Are they using them 50-50? I hope not. But if that's the case, Walker's going to have to be really effective with his carries. Now, he is going to move down. He's moving out of the top 5. I had him top 5. He's moving down. And I have to do that. I have to do that. Now, where does he go? That's the question. So this is what's going to happen. I'm moving Barkley down to 5. All right. I'm going to move CMC down to 2. I like Taylor at 3. I like Breece at 4. You could maybe swap those guys. Breece could be 3. Taylor could be 4, I think. You know, I really... McCaffrey, if he stays healthy, is top 5 no matter what. If he stays healthy. That's obviously... I think out of all the guys that are going to be in this top 5, McCaffrey is going to be the one I'm skeptical of because of injury concerns. Okay? Bijan's going to 1, dude. I'm sorry, but he's moving up to number 1, and I know he's a rookie, and I know that, you know, people might think this is crazy, but I think he finishes as a number 1 running back this year. He's in the best scenario in Atlanta. I'm going to drop Kenneth Walker. I'm going to drop Kenneth Walker down to... I might even drop him down further than 7, to be honest. Let's go... Give me ETN at 7. Let's move ETN up 1. Let's move Najee Harris up 1. I know people might think that's crazy, but I'm pretty high on Najee this year. They went out and just got a bunch of pieces on the offensive line. This guy's going to be great. He's going to have a turnaround. Let's put Walker at 9. So Walker stays in the top 10, but... You know, and you could argue Walker at 8 or 7, but we'll get to that. But let's go back up to the top. Let's go to Bijan. So $37. This guy, he's going for at least 50 now. If you get this guy for really anything less than 50, anything less than 45, you know, like I said back whenever we came up with these projections, anything less than 40, take him and run for the hills. Atlanta's got arguably one of the best running offensive line blocking units in the league. I believe they were top 5 last year. They're going to be top 5 again this year. I think they went out and got a couple offensive linemen in the draft. I know they got at least one. And I'm not worried. I'm not worried about this guy right here anymore. I know I was high on Tyler Algier, this guy. I was until they went out and got Bijan. This guy is crazy good, okay? He's crazy good. You look at what Algier did. Let's go to Algier. Let's go to Tyler Algier. All right, Tyler Algier. Where's this guy at? I'm just gonna type him in. $158. Okay. Tyler Algier, rookie season. This guy was a rookie running back last year. They ended up stealing him in like 3rd or 4th round of the draft, I believe. This guy ran 210 times for 1,035 yards. Only 3 rushing touchdowns, only 1 touchdown receiving, 16 catches on 139 yards. And look, this guy's a stud, dude. This guy's 5'11", 220. He's a big back. Bijan is like what? 5'11", 220. They're almost the same back. The only difference is Bijan is so much better than this guy, which is crazy to think, because I think Algier is a pretty good back, especially going into his 2nd year. He's a really good back. Now, are they going to use these guys in a 1-2 punch? Potentially, for sure. Algier's not going to not get any carries. He's going to get some work. Here's the thing, and I'm not wishing any will or any ill will upon any of these guys, but Algier might end up getting hurt, which will just, Bijan's value will go through the roof. Now, that may not happen. That may happen. Who knows? But Bijan's going to be the guy from day one. He's going to be the guy who's getting the 1st and 2nd down carries. He's a better receiving back than this guy. I know they still have Patterson. I don't know if they're going to keep Patterson on the roster by the time the year starts or not. Hopefully not. We don't want to see we don't want to see Patterson getting a whole lot of work. I would rather them just keep it between 2 guys, which is Algier and Bijan. But I'm telling you, man, with that offensive line, it's a really good offensive line for running the ball. If this guy can go for 1,000 yards this first season, Bijan will go for 1,300 this first season. And hopefully he gets in the end zone for more touchdowns than this guy. This guy only had 4 touchdowns total last year. I think Bijan, you could see at least 10 between rushing and receiving. That doesn't fully equate to Bijan being a number 1 running back. I'm putting him up here, man. He's at least top 5. He could be the 3rd or the 4th best instead of number 1. But this guy, he's young, he's injury free, and the guy's tape is amazing. This guy, if he ran like a 4.35 or anything less than a 4.40, this guy would be even better than what he is. Now, he did run like 4.46, I believe, so that's not horrible. That's still pretty fast for a running back, especially with his skills and how big he is. But if this guy goes for less than like $45, take him, run for the hills. You just committed robbery if you got that guy for this. Now, so moving down, I'm keeping Bijan there though. I don't care. McCaffrey could obviously finish better than him, so could these other guys, but he's gonna more likely be cheaper than McCaffrey and Taylor though too. He should be. McCaffrey and Taylor, they're proving this guy. We haven't seen him in the NFL. A lot of people don't even know about this guy. If you're in a grandma or grandpa league, they might know about this guy, but they may not know like how talented he really is. And he just landed at a really good spot in the Falcons, who love to pound the ball. The Falcons were, I believe they ran the ball more than any other team in the NFL last year. I believe. Let me just verify this real quick. I believe they were at least top 3 in rushing last year. We don't even need to go to stat reference. We can just go to Sports Center, or we can go to ESPN. Stats. Team. This is last year. Rushing. Here it is. Number 1 rushing team was Chicago. Number 2 was the Ravens. Number 3 was the Falcons. They ran for just under 160 yards a game. Okay. Rushing attempts. You want to know who had the most rushing attempts last year? I'll show it to you guys right here. Number 1, Atlanta Falcons. Right here, Atlanta Falcons, number 1, 559 rushing attempts, 1 more than the Bears. And then you can see there's pretty significant drop off. Total rush yards. This is total rush yards right here. Falcons, number 3. Now this is rushing touchdowns, so they didn't, they only had 17. Can't really see it, but they only had 17. But that's going to increase with Bijan on the team now. This team is one of the leading rushing teams in football. And they just got the best running back to come out of college since Barkley. Barkley was drafted 5 years ago. This is the best guy to come out since Barkley. Now maybe you could, I'm trying to think. Barkley, I think Barkley came out after McCaffrey. McCaffrey was in the Mahomes draft. McCaffrey was drafted right before Mahomes was drafted. That was in 17. I believe Barkley was drafted in 18, if I'm not mistaken. But you get it. He's the best running back to come out of the draft since Barkley, since McCaffrey. That was 5-6 years ago. That's this guy. And if you get this guy in a keeper league, you're going to be keeping him for all 3 years. More than likely. This guy is a stud, and he's in a dream scenario being on the Falcons. One of the leading rushing teams with one of the best offensive lines when it comes to run blocking. And now they just got the best running back. So moving down, I think 50 is about right. You could see a little more or a little less depending on the league you're in. Like I said, you get this guy for under 50, it's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it even if you pay up a little more than 50. I wouldn't go higher than maybe 60 unless you have the extra money to spare. It's going to be tough to keep this guy though if you pay $60 or more. It's going to be tough to keep him a year down the road if you have to, like in my league, pay an extra $5 for him. It's going to suck. Not saying he can't be worth it, but it's going to suck. How you doing, buddy? How you doing, buddy? The door? It's my cat. All right, moving down McCaffrey. 62. I'm staying put right here with McCaffrey at 62. He slides down from 1 to 2. He could be the leading guy in fantasy if he stays healthy. I have worries about him staying healthy though, so take whatever you want from this. Look, they're gonna lean on this guy. Okay? Especially if the quarterback play isn't good, which we don't know what it's going to be, could it be Purdy? If it's Purdy, Purdy's not going to play spectacular, okay? He's not going to take a whole lot of pressure off of this run game. And Shanahan leans on the run game. He's a run-first type of head coach, okay, with the Niners. They're going to lean on McCaffrey. McCaffrey he's gonna have a lot of touches. They like to use this guy. You've seen it last year at the end of the year after they traded for him. They're gonna use this guy in the pass game and the run game as much as possible. I just have injury concerns. He's already been injured. He's already been injured like twice, I believe, in his career. We can go back and look. 2 years ago, he played 7 games, and then the year before that, he played 3. And then this season, he recovered from those past 2 years with the 17-game season. Caught, he caught 85 balls this year, which is pretty good. Ran for over 1,100 yards. Finished running back number 2, as far as PPR and standard goes, at least on Sleeper. He could have finished number 1, depending on what your score settings are. But I just worry about this guy getting hurt, man. Would I rather have somebody like Bijan, like Brees, like Taylor? Yes. Especially if it's a keeper league or a dynasty league. This guy's got 1 or 2 years left. I really believe that, man. I think this, and really, if you want to know the truth, I think this guy gets hurt. I think he gets hurt and he misses 4 or 5, maybe more games. It's the Niner way, dude. That's what happens to all these Niner players every year. They end up getting hurt. And if you're asking me, am I willing to sacrifice paying $10 more, or maybe it's less than $10, who knows? But if you ask me if I'd rather pay $10 more for McCaffrey over Bijan, I wouldn't. I would rather take Bijan for less money, more than likely. Now, could Bijan go for more than McCaffrey in some leagues? Maybe. Wouldn't shock me, but more than likely you're going to end up paying more for CMC. And I just don't want to do that with a guy who's going to be 27. You see the age. You see the age difference right here. That matters as a running back. People may think that it doesn't, but it does. These guys can only put so many miles on their body. Now, granted, McCaffrey doesn't have too many miles for somebody who's going into year number 7 because of the injuries and because of all the receiving work he gets. It kind of takes the load off of running the ball between the tackles, but he still runs the ball between the tackles. I don't know, man. Give me Bijan over this guy. Give me Jonathan Taylor over this guy. They're bigger. They're both bigger backs than McCaffrey, more physical, and they're both younger, and that matters. Jonathan Taylor. I know this is a little high for him, and I know he had a really disappointing year last year, but with that being said, I see this guy having a bounce back year, man. He's got to have a bounce back year. Gotta have a bounce back year. Look, he was RB1 2 years ago. He's going into season 4. If Richardson, ends up playing really well and naturally ends up playing a little bit this year, that could help him in the run game as well. Believe me, they're going to use Richardson and this guy in a few plays here and there, like some zone read crap. And this guy's going to actually end up getting the ball in one of those. The defense is going to overcommit to one of those plays or a few of those plays and try to go get Richardson, who will be playing quarterback in those plays. They're going to overcommit to him. He's going to hand it to this guy, and he's going to take it the distance. He's going to take it the distance. You're going to hear this.
He could go.
You're going to hear this.
The way.
And he's going to take a couple to the house. He's going to take a couple to the house. But this guy, I think he has a bounce back year. He has a bounce back year. Does he finish number 1? Maybe, maybe not. I think he's a top 10 running back though, nonetheless. And I got him top 5 here. He's gonna be in that same price range as McCaffrey. Could he slide down to like $58, $57, high 50s, mid to high 50s? Sure. I would take it if that's what happens. This guy's gonna have a better year, man, if he stays healthy. Okay, he just has to stay healthy. I believe he had ankle surgery on that ankle, so ankle's not as big of a deal as a knee. Okay, I mean, I've had ankle issues my whole life. Like, my left ankle is like it's like rubber. I'll twist it every now and then, just now, and I don't even really do anything athletically anymore. But you can fix an ankle with an ankle brace. Like, if I was gonna go play basketball tomorrow, like, I would have an ankle brace on, and I probably won't have I'm not gonna end up rolling my ankle more than likely, unless I come down on somebody's foot or something, you know what I mean? But it'd be different if he was like coming off of a ACL injury or meniscus and an MCL and ACL tear, all together. It's just an ankle. He had surgery on it, I believe, which, I don't know what it's like to have surgery on an ankle. I probably should have surgery on mine, to be honest, because I've jacked it up so much over the years. But these guys get the best treatment. They have the best doctors, the best surgeons that do all this stuff, that do all these surgeries for them. He's gonna recover. He's gonna be better. I think the offense is better just in general as a team. The offense is going to be better in the pass game and the running game. Now that old Matt Ryan's out of there, I think Minshew is probably going to be a better quarterback. And you could say maybe a Richardson. Throw Richardson in there. Richardson's not going to play that much, but they will use him in scenarios. And I think this offense turns it around. They get back to pounding the ball. They have a better head coach in Shane Steichen. They figure things out. This guy has a turnaround season. So I like me some Jonathan Taylor this year. Give me some Jonathan Taylor this year. Moving on. Breece Hall. I'm keeping him with $35. I'm going to spend $35. I'm keeping this guy. This guy's going to thrive. I know they went out and got a running back. Who'd they get? Like Lou Nichols or something? They went out and got a running back. I don't really care. That guy's not going to play at all this year. Michael Carter's the backup. Carter's going to get some time here and there, but Breece is the guy. Breece is the guy. He's going to be... This guy stays healthy, he could be number 1 overall. The reports are looking really good about him being ahead of schedule as far as his recovery from the ACL. I know he had an ACL, and I know people are worried about ACL this, ACL that, whatever. This guy's only 22 years old. ACL recovery, especially if it's a clean ACL and there's no meniscus, there's no MCL or LCL attached to it. It's just a clean ACL and nothing else with the knee. Which the ACL, the ACL is the middle part of the knee. It's the middle part of the knee. It's not the sides. Running backs tend to recover from those better than the MCL and the ACL together, or the LCL and the ACL together. They tend to recover better, and they definitely tend to recover better when they're younger. This guy's still only 22. If this guy was 30 and he was coming off an ACL, we're talking a whole different scenario. This guy's not. And they said that he's doing really well and he's ahead of schedule. They said, reports are coming out. This guy looks really, really good. Now that could obviously change during June or July, or even tomorrow for that matter. But I don't see it happening. And I see him making a full recovery and being ready by week 1. So I like this guy a lot. I like him a lot. And I think there's no doubt in my mind if he stays healthy. I mean, I shouldn't have to say that. There's going to be people out there, oh, you said he was going to finish top 5. He finished outside of top 10. I'm like, no, duh, Jack. He got hurt halfway through the season, so you know what I mean? There's going to be people out there that come back on me like, whoa, this didn't happen. Well, if he got hurt, then you can't. I mean, obviously that's going to be wrong. So I shouldn't have to say if he stays healthy. We're all assuming these guys stay healthy, okay? Like McCaffrey, he's not finishing 2nd overall if he gets hurt. So don't come back on me and be like, oh, you said McCaffrey, you're gonna finish number 2, but he only got he finished outside top 20. Well, how many games did he play? Did he play the whole season? Well, no, he got hurt. Okay, then shut up. You know what I mean? So going back to this, man. This guy's gonna be up there in the 50 price range. I got him projected for 48. I'm not really gonna change that. You know, I could maybe bump it to 50. Listen, I'll change this price tag when we know that he is for sure ready for week 1. So come like a month out, if we know he's ready for week 1 come August, yeah, the price range is going up from 48 to 50, 51, 52. It's not gonna go up super high, but it's gonna go up a little bit. People love this guy anyways. They're gonna love him even more so now that they got Rodgers. They have Rodgers. Rodgers not a running quarterback. So they don't have to worry about Rodgers like taking rush yards from this guy. Okay? Same thing with McCaffrey. Same thing with Bijan. Same thing with Taylor to a degree, right? Depending on how much AR-15 plays. But say somebody like Barkley. Remember last year? Jones was taking rush yards. Remember I told you Daniel Jones rushed for 700 yards last year. He took a bunch of rushing touchdowns and rush yards from Barkley. That's why Barkley didn't finish RB1 or RB2 last year. You get somebody like, you know, all of Baltimore's running backs like Dobbins. They have Lamar Jackson who takes rushing yards from them. So that's why Baltimore's running backs are always kind of not as high up as some of these other guys. Breece Hall, he's got Rodgers. He doesn't have to worry about nothing. And guess what? Rodgers he's gonna, as old as he is, he's gonna be dumping it quite a bit to his running backs, just like he did with Aaron Jones. This guy is a really good receiving back, probably one of the best in the league. Top that with how good he is at running between the tackles, the vision, the footwork that he has, the ball security. He's a top 5 back if he's healthy and if he plays every single game, or if he plays 16, 17, majority of the season. Like I said, we moved Barkley down from 2 to 5 here. Bijan's moving up. And then we got Walker dropping down. The Barkley news, I know they're trying to they're back in negotiations, I think, this week with his contract. They're trying to figure it out. They want him to sign a franchise tag for like a little less than $11 million. Which is just not nearly enough for this guy, which I don't blame him. I wouldn't sign that either. This guy would be like the 8th or 9th highest paid running back if he took that. And he's taking it on basically a 1-year deal. This guy wants a new contract. I think they should give it to him. And they should be giving this guy 15 mil at least a year. Well, I would say 14 to 15 mil a year. Especially if they give him a 4-year contract. I don't know. I think he would take that. McCaffrey's making 16 mil. Who else is making a ton of money? Derrick Henry's still making a ton of money. Aaron Jones is making more money than this guy. All right, that should tell you how lowball the Giants are playing with this guy, trying to get him to sign for less money than somebody like Aaron Jones, who's about to be 29 years old and is not the same type of running back as he is. This guy's running between the tackles. This guy's 220 pounds. He's a freak athlete. So, yeah, Barkley may slide down a little bit if they don't end up signing this guy, if something crazy happens. But I don't think that will happen. I think they'll come to terms with him sooner than later. But for now, let's just keep him at 5. I do like him better than most of these guys below him, if I'm being honest. 53 bucks. A little low compared to what this guy's probably going to end up keeping him for 62. So 53 is a little low. I could see maybe as high as 57 or 58, but you never know. You never know. This guy may not keep him for $62 in my league, but he might. I don't know. It'd be his second year keeping him. 2 years ago, he drafted him for 52. So if you threw him back into the pool, you know, 53 is pretty close to what he got drafted 2 years ago. I could see that. Eckler, man, this guy's got name recognition, just like a lot of these guys up here. 56 could be a little low for this guy. I don't think he'll be kept. If this guy got kept, he would be being kept for $68 in my league, okay? The guy drafted him for 63 last year. Obviously, it was worth it, but maybe he gets off the ship before it goes down. How much time does Eckler have left? I think he has a year or two, maybe. If he's in the right situation to produce as a high top 10 fantasy running back because of his play style. He has to be in the right situation, though, because he's a receiving back. This guy has never ran for 1,000 yards in a season. So he's reliant on the passing game. Okay, that works out really well for him in a Charger uniform, especially this year, more so than the past years. And in the past years, he's been very efficient. So if he stays in LA, he might even slide ahead of Barkley here. He might slide into the top 5. But he's got to stay in LA, or he's got to go to a team that passes the ball a lot. The Chargers just got Kellen Moore as their offensive coordinator, so they are going to pass the ball a ton again this year. Maybe even more so than last year, which is crazy to think about because I thought they threw the ball out last year. Really the last 2 years. So, but he's got to, like I said, he's got to be in an offense that uses him as a receiving back. Nobody's done that better than the Chargers. And obviously it's the only team he's been with, but I could picture him in a couple other places where they don't use him like that, or not use him the way the Chargers used him as much. So I like Eckler. 56 is about right for him, I think. Give or take a couple. Either way, I wouldn't go much more than 60 with this guy, okay? At that point, you're spending a lot of money and you're risking maybe a little bit of injury. When you could probably spend the same, if not a little less, to go after somebody who's younger and has less miles on them. Okay? Now, if you have a solid team in a keeper league and you need to add a dynamic running back who can get you a bunch of fantasy points and you're pretty set in a lot of other places, then yeah, spend the money to go get this guy. But if you're starting from scratch, I would like Bijan. I would like Taylor. I would like Hall. You know, I would even like maybe Walker or Najee or even ETN better than this guy because they're younger. They're 23, 25. Right here. Right here, they are 23, 25, 24 years old. This guy's going to be 28. Now, I get it. He doesn't have too many miles on him because he doesn't run between the tackles a lot. He did sit behind Melvin Gordon for like a couple of years. They didn't use him as much. So he doesn't have as much mileage as people think, but he's still old. He's still getting old. He's in the red here as far as the average age of all these good running backs. Not very many of these running backs make it to 30 and stay really good. There's a few outliers over the course of the last 30 years, but it's not many. So, and it's only the good ones, only the great ones, like Derrick Henry, like Adrian Peterson. So just be cautious of that age number, and obviously be cautious if he gets traded and he goes to a team that doesn't use him the way that the Chargers would use him. I mean, obviously they're going to use him as a receiving back, but maybe they don't use him as much. The Chargers throw this guy the ball so much, it's unreal. It's, you know, I don't even know if he could go somewhere else and get as many receptions at another place. I feel like they would dip a little bit. All right, moving on. ETN, 24 years old, Jacksonville Jaguar running back. This guy's going to keep him in my league for 12. This is what I'm talking about again, dude. When you let some of these rookie running backs, rookie quarterbacks, rookie whatever, receivers, tight ends, it doesn't matter. You let these guys go for cheap, like we did. You get this guy for a discount. This actually might even be $10. I think it's $10 instead of 12. This guy kept him for $5 last year because he was a free agent. He kept him. And now he's keeping them for $5 extra, which is $10. I got this guy projected to go for about 37. If I'm being quite honest, let's just go. Let's be safe and go 39. Let's move him up a couple. $40 is about. It's about where I think this guy goes. The 39 ETN. This guy's keeping them for 10, so I'm not. I hate not talking a lot about some of these guys that are being kept in my league, and I just, you know. But this guy is a good receiving back. They did go get Tank Bigsby in the draft. I'm not really concerned about that though. Bigsby is a, you know, a 210, 215 pound back. He runs. He's an angry runner. They're going to use Bigsby more in the goal line situations. This guy is still going to be a receiving monster, a big play monster. He's got big play ability on just about every play. And they have such a good offense, such a good quarterback and receiving core. Things are going to open up for this guy in space as far as the passing game, as far as running zones on the outside, and he has the elite speed and the elite receiving ability that it doesn't matter. So I don't care that they got big speed. It doesn't affect this guy at all. He's still a top 10 running back in fantasy this year. Najee Harris, we moved him up another spot from 9 to 8. Listen, I know this guy's not really on a whole lot of people's radar as far as a number one running back. He's been going for like third or fourth round in redraft. This guy's gonna have a bounce back year. Okay. This guy hasn't ran for over 4 yards a carry yet this season because this offensive line has been so bad, okay? But they went out and got an offensive lineman. They went out and got, I think, 1 or 2 in free agency. They got one guy from Philly. The one guy from Philly, I forget his name. And then they went out and got Broderick Jones in the draft. This guy is going to run for more than 4 yards a carry this season. He didn't run for anything less than 5.5 carry at Alabama. And in his last 2 seasons, which were his first 2 seasons in the league, he's run for 3.9 and 3.8 yards a carry. If that gets up to 4.5, which I think the league average is like 4.4. If that gets up to 4.5 or higher, this guy is going to creep into the top 5 in fantasy. Forget about top 10. He'll creep into the top 5. So he finished 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. He finished RB 14 in my league last year. But this guy's going into his 3rd year, which is right in his prime. A 3rd year for a running back, 2nd or 3rd year is like their prime. It's like the beginning of their prime. This guy ran the ball 272 times last year for over 1,000, just over 1,000. Caught 41 balls, which is solid. And in his first year, he was a top 3 running back. He was a number 3 running back his first year. 307 carries, 1,200 yards rushing exactly, 74 catches. He's had 3 receiving touchdowns. I mean, look, he's had 7 rushing touchdowns both seasons and 3 receiving touchdowns both seasons. So he's had a 10 touchdown season both years in the league. This guy is gonna skyrocket with the better offensive line, which is what they've been trying to do. They went out and got pieces. Expect their offensive line to be better this year. This guy rushes for 4.5 carries, or 4.5 yards per carry. This guy's guaranteed to get like 300 carries. This guy's a volume machine, just like Derrick Henry. He's 6'1", 232 pounds. This guy, and he's only 25. He's only 25, okay? He's right in the middle of his prime, right? You see this? He's in the white. He's right in the middle of his prime. He's not in the red. He's not really in the green anymore. He's still 24 technically. He'll be, I think either that or he just turned 25. But he's 25 for this year. That's his age for this season. This guy is a stud. He is a stud running back. A lot of people expected a little bit better year than last year, especially after his rookie year being a top 3 back. Look, Mike Tomlin and the Steelers want to get back to pounding the ball. Just running it down the defense's throat. They haven't had the offensive line to do that, and they really haven't had the best quarterback play. Remember, Roethlisberger, his last year, wasn't the same quarterback. That is kind of in part to why he had 74 catches his rookie year, which was a little high. Obviously, that came down last year. But look for this guy to catch about 50 balls. 74 the first year, 41 last year. 50 to 55 is about a happy medium. Look to see that this year. If he stays healthy the whole year, and this guy's going to get 300 plus carries this season, rubber stamp it. Rubber stamp it. It's going to happen. Okay, 272 last year, 307 the year before. They're going to pound this guy into the ground. They're going to run him into the ground. I'm not saying this guy has a long career. I'm not saying this guy's playing until he's 30 because of the, I mean, dude, remember last year he was talking about, oh, I'll run the ball 500 times if they let me. Like, okay, dude, you're making stuff up now. And we all kind of thought that was, you know, BS, but this guy's going to get over 300 carries this year. Could it be 350? Maybe. But I think it's over 300 for sure. No doubt in my mind. He's played 17 games last year. 17 is first year. He hasn't missed any games, even though he's battled injury throughout the season last year a little bit with the Liz Frank info. That came out right before the season started. I think this year, like, he gets healthier. He's probably been healthier if you date back to when the season ended to now. He's still got 4 more months to go. Barring injury, if this guy can keep it together, stay healthy, and I think he can. You know why? Because he's 232 pounds. He's a bigger guy. These bigger guys don't get dinged up as much as the smaller guys like McCaffrey, like you know, like Pollard, like Jones. Jones has battled injury throughout his career. Swift is a smaller running back who can't stay healthy. These bigger guys like him and Derrick Henry, they get hurt. They can still get hurt, but the likelihood is a little less because they got 232. Henry's like 250, you know, 240 something. These bigger guys, they can take the beating more than the smaller guys. And this guy's a big dude. 6'1", 232. He's the closest thing to Derrick Henry in the league. And there's nobody that's really Derrick Henry in the league other than Derrick Henry himself. But this guy is the next closest. Him and AJ Dillon. AJ Dillon's a little shorter though. AJ Dillon's like 5'11", 6 foot. This guy's 6'1". He might even be like 6'2", but he's listed at 6'1", 232. This guy's a sleeper, man. Now I wouldn't draft him in the first or the second round in a redraft.
If I was forced to take him in the second because running backs were just flying off the board, I would take him, obviously. You get this guy in the third round, you're solid. You get this guy in the fourth round. Look, if you get this guy in the fourth round of a redraft, you are absolutely stealing. Call the police. Call the police if you get this guy in the fourth round, or if somebody gets this guy in round 4.
Robbery in progress.
Call the police if somebody gets this guy in round 4. It's a steal. It's a steal. This guy's gonna be a beast this year. All right, Kenneth Walker. Let's go over to Kenneth Walker news here. Man, I hate this. I hate even talking about this, because I own this guy and I'm keeping him. All right, Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet. Look, man, both of these guys are the same type of running back, in my opinion. They're very close to the same. Like you know how a lot of teams have, they got their burner receiving back who's a big play guy, like Tony Pollard. Smaller running back, but he's a burner, runs 4.4, can catch out of the backfield and just take anything to the house. And then they have their other running back who's a guy that runs between the tackles. He's getting the ball inside the 5-yard line. Weighs about 220 or more. And he's their bigger physical back. That's what a lot of teams do. Well, now they got 2 of these guys. They just have 2 of these guys. Now, granted, both guys can catch the ball out of the backfield, but they're not Jahmyr Gibbs. They're not Alvin Kamara. They're not DeAndre Swift. Okay? I would say Walker's close. He's close to being that, but Gibbs is more of a burner than both of these guys. You know what I mean? Somebody like A-Chain, who got drafted to the Dolphins, who's a rookie. He's more of a Tony Pollard type of guy. A little smaller, but he runs 4.3. These guys are big physical guys who have good speed for their size. They are 3 down backs between the tackle backs. They do the exact same thing. And they will also catch the ball out of the backfield 40 to 50 times a year. Maybe more if you give them more opportunities. But with that being said, man, look, this is good for the Seahawks. This is good for the Seahawks, just in general. As a team, they have a solid 1-2 punch. They have a solid backup if Walker goes down. Okay, and I think that's what they want. Look, man, do they use Charbonnet this year? Of course they're going to use him. But am I freaking out about owning Walker right now because of this? I'm not. I'm just not, man. I think Walker's still going to be good. I still think Walker's going to be good here. I think he's going to have a solid season if he can stay healthy. Now, if I own this guy, which I do, but I'm just, in general, if you own this guy, go get Charbonnet. Go draft this guy. It's going to be easier for me than it will be somebody in redraft. You draft this guy in the 3rd round in redraft. Look, I wouldn't draft this guy in round 2 anymore. I think some drafts this guy would be going in round 2. I wouldn't do that anymore. I would rather have somebody like Bijan. Of course, Bijan, you might have to get him in the 1st round. But I'd rather have somebody like Bijan. I would rather have Breece Hall. I would rather have Taylor now, Barkley over this guy in round 2. I don't want to take this guy in round 2. If you take this guy in round 2, or even round 3 or round 4, it doesn't matter. You have to get Charbonnet as a backup. Now, I don't know where Charbonnet's going. I don't know where he's going in these redraft leagues. We're going to find out when we do some of this Underdog stuff. But, you know, you have to get this guy. Hopefully it's like round 10 or later. Hopefully it's round 12 or later. Because if he goes down, Charbonnet's going to be the guy. He's going to explode. He's going to have a good year. He's going to have one of the better rookie seasons at running back, probably other than Bijan and Gibbs. I will say I think I like Johnson a little better. The guy that's in Chicago now. Chicago's they got some kind of running back room, man. I hope Johnson just catapults over Herbert, who's down here. Herbert's pretty good though, but hopefully the other guy's not playing a whole lot either. Foreman. But with that being said, man, Walker, I'm not worried about him. Go get Charbonnet though if you draft this guy in redraft. It's gonna be easier for me. I can just bid for this guy. I can just bid for Charbonnet. I don't have to worry about somebody snagging him. I can just go bid for him if I have the extra money, which I will. You know what I mean? Now, we can get down to the prices of these guys. I haven't really adjusted. Gibbs at $13, that's too cheap. $20 is about right now that Swift's gone. I would see somebody paying about 30 for this guy, but I wouldn't, 20. Oh man, 20 is a little cheap. People are going to be in love with this guy. This guy's value just skyrocketed. Let's go 26. If you're getting this guy for less than 20, run for the hills. Just take him and run. You probably got away with like murder. Charbonnet now. This is tough. $4 seemed about right. And I'm just going to go ahead and say Charbonnet about $8 because of Walker. People, I'm telling you right now, if you've never been in an auction league, say this is your first year doing it, it's fun to do too. I recommend everybody getting an auction league. It's really fun. But if you've never been in one before, this might be a little different in my league because people know that Charbonnet can be good, at least if they did their research. And obviously his value goes down because he's sitting behind a #1 running back. But if you've never been in a league before, and say everybody that's in your league has never been in a auction league before, they're not going to be too high on this guy. This guy's not going to be like on their radar really because of Walker. Now the person who drafts Walker might want this guy to a degree, but how much are they willing to pay for him? Probably not that much. They're not paying more than 12 or 15 bucks for this guy probably. So $8 sounds about right. Something a little less than 10, somewhere around 10 or less. Because of Walker. Now if you get this guy for less than 5, you get this guy for 3 or 4. It's really good value, especially if you can handcuff him to Walker. No matter what, you'll have a #1 running back if one goes down. That's the whole point of this. All right, moving back up here. Chubb, 46. I'm staying put there. Cleveland, running back. Hunt is not in town anymore. At least so we think. He's still a free agent. He hasn't been signed anywhere. Chubb didn't play very good when Deshaun Watson came in at quarterback week 13 or whatever it was last year. Chubb's production went way down. Chubb's 28 this year. I'm a little concerned about injury. The problem with Chubb, and I've said this, and I'll keep hammering this home, dude, to every single one of you guys that are out there listening, whoever listens to this, Chubb does not catch the ball out of the backfield, which is big time in fantasy, especially if you're in half PPR or full PPR. I'm in half PPR in my league, but in full PPR, it's really, I would have him lower. I almost considered moving this guy out of my top 10, to be honest. This guy, I think I actually am going to move him out of my top 10, to be honest. Now that I think about it. Look, this guy doesn't catch the ball. He doesn't catch the ball. I can provide proof to you guys right now. Look, I know he finished what? He finished top 5. He finished 5th last year. But this guy's 28. He's had a little bit of injury history, a little bit of injury concern. He's at that age now. He'll be 28 this year. He's at that age where, this will be season number 6. And the guy's been solid. Look, the guy's been solid. But he's missed 4 games. He missed 3 games 2 years ago. But this guy doesn't catch the ball. Look, he ran for just under 1,000 his rookie year. He ran for just under 1,500 his second year. Then the 2 seasons that he missed some games, he was over 1,000, over 1,250. And then last year, he was over 1,500 yards for the first time. This guy has to do that again this year. He has to go for over 1,500 yards again. This guy went for over 1,500 yards, had 12 rushing touchdowns, and he still didn't crack 300 fantasy points as a running back. At least in half PPR. And if it's full PPR we're talking about, he probably did. But he did it in half PPR. This guy caught 27 balls, 20 balls the year before that, 16, 36, and 20. Those are not, to any stretch of the imagination, those are not good numbers for a running back. This guy's on pace to, what's the average? We'll just go off the average here. Let's just go off the average here. He caught 20, 36 plus 16 plus 20 plus 27 divided by 5. He's going to catch 23, 24 balls on average a year. Okay? And he's had 4 career receiving touchdowns in his career. 4 in 5 years. That's not even one. That's like 1 per year. He's going to get you 1 receiving touchdown. If this guy doesn't go for 1,500 yards and double-digit rushing touchdowns, he's not going to be good. He's not going to be he's not going to be a running back 1. He's not running back 1 material. Okay? And he didn't play very good last year when Deshaun Watson came in. Now, maybe they fixed that. Maybe they don't. But what I'm getting at is if this guy, I'm telling you, man, I get he's 225. He's a between the tackle type of guy. I get that. But this guy's going into year 6 now. Injury concern is there. Okay? There's been mileage. There's been wear and tear. He's had a history of having a couple injuries and missing a few games here and there. Okay? So I worry about him. Look, you can go get Najee, who's gotten a better offensive line now, who you're probably going to pay about just as much for, if not maybe a little less, considering he's coming off of a bad season. And he's younger. He's younger and he has less mileage, and he's the same type of running back. That's what I'm getting at here. This guy, I worry about injury. And he can't catch the ball. Najee's going to catch twice as many balls as this guy does. I just went over it. Najee got 74 his first year, 41 last year. He's averaging about 50 catches, or maybe 55 roughly. And he's probably in that 50 to 55 catches a year type of player. This guy, we just added it up. He's only about a 24 catch per year guy. That's literally half, less than half of what Najee's probably going to get. That stuff matters in fantasy. Catching the ball, when you have more than one way to score points as a receiver or a running back, there's more value to somebody like that versus a guy like this. Like, he's just like Zeke. And you could argue Zeke was probably a better receiving back and caught more balls. But later in Zeke's career, he was just a between the tackle type of guy. He'd get you 20 catches, 30 catches, but that's about it. When these guys are kind of this guy's really a one-dimensional running back. And he's running between the tackles more, so injury is more likely, especially in his later years. I'm not saying avoid this guy. I'm just saying this guy's moving down my list a little bit for a reason. He's moving down my list a little bit for a reason. Okay? It's not because I hate this guy. I value some of these other guys a little bit below him a little more, especially at their price point. So now if you can get this guy for like less than $40, he can be a solid number 2 for you. He could even be a solid number 1 for a few weeks. But this is a guy, if you draft this guy and he starts playing really good out the gate again like he did last year, I would try to get everything I can for him. Because this guy's time's ticking on this guy. Okay? Time is ticking. He's the same age as Eckler. Eckler's higher though because he catches the ball and he doesn't have as much mileage as this guy does. And this guy's got injury history to him. It's not horrible injury history, but he's got injury history. Okay? It's just... But 46 is about right for this guy. I would try to get him for less. He is sliding down though. We're going to move Jacobs in front of him. Jacobs is a little younger. I'm not super high on Jacobs this year, but they are going to have to hammer this guy. They're going to hammer this guy again this year. They have to because they have Jimmy G on their team. And their team's going to suck this year. Mark my words. They're going to get their ass kicked all over the place in that division this year. Mark my words. I like Stevenson better. And I like Pollard better right now. I just do. People are going to think this is crazy, but trust the process. Now this is close between Pollard and Chubb and Ramondre. It's probably close between all three of these guys. You could say Chubb at 11 or 12. I worry about this guy, man. He's one-dimensional. Stevenson's not one-dimensional. Pollard, to a degree, is one-dimensional, but Pollard shows if Pollard can keep the burst that he had last year, and who knows, coming off of his what did he break, like his tibia or whatever? He broke his leg, which is better than like an ACL, so don't take too much into that. This would be Chubb's last year, in my opinion, as far as being like relevant in fantasy world. I don't think he goes beyond this year. This year, if he gets off to a good start the first half of the season, I am trying to get everything in the world for this guy. I'm just trying to. If this guy ends up being running, everybody remember last year, this guy got off to a huge start. He was running back 1 through like the first half of the season. If that happens again this year, I'm trying to trade this guy for Bijan, like a 1-for-1 swap. I'm trying to trade this guy. Now, you do that to somebody, that guy may never trade with you ever again, but it'll be worth it. But try to go get something for this guy. I'm telling you right now, especially in Dynasty, man, go trade him for the #1 draft pick if you have this guy on your team and he's playing really, really good, but you're under 500, and you're probably not going to make the playoffs or whatever. That's what I would do. That is what I would do if I were you guys. Look, Jacobs, going back to Jacobs, I wouldn't overpay for this guy. This guy's going to get him for 18 in my league, so he should keep him. Nobody was high on Jacobs, and then Jacobs became the leading rusher. Voila. Good on him. He hit a home run. He's got to keep this guy. Jacobs will go for in that 40 range. He might even go higher than this if you're in a league full of Raider fans. This will be about the only thing they're going to be cheering for this year. If they got this guy on their team, they'll be cheering for him, but they're gonna suck so bad it's not even gonna be funny. I don't think Jacobs moves into the top 5 this year. I think he moves down. I think he had a little one-off year. He plays on a bad team is the problem. And if they're playing from behind a lot, you got to wonder how much do they run the ball. Do they get away from the run? More than likely. Because when you're down by a touchdown or two in a lot of games, which I believe is going to be the case, you're going to be throwing the ball to catch up. Now, this guy can catch the ball out of the backfield, but how much do they use this guy? How much do they use him, you know? I can pull up Jacob's stats here. He finished running back number 3 in my league last year. The guy's a little older than people think, too. He's going to be going into his 5th season, believe it or not. I know it doesn't seem like it because he's going to be 26 this year. Or I guess he's going to be 25 this year. He just turned 25. But see, 53 catches last year, 54 the year before, 33 and 20. So you've seen his catches go up the last 2 years, which is a good sign. Now, he ran for 1150 his first season. Ran for just over 1,000 his second year. 2 years ago, he had a horrible year, under 900. And then obviously last year, leading rusher, 1,653 yards. I see this guy coming back down to earth a little bit, okay? This guy comes down to earth. He probably goes for 1,200 yards, 1,300 yards. And maybe catches around 40 to 50 balls instead of 53 or 54. I say about 40 to 50. He hasn't had a receiving touchdown his whole career. He didn't have any last year, the year before, or any of the prior years. And 7, 12, 9, and 12 touchdowns on the ground over the last 4 years. He's got to get in double-digit touchdown scores this year if he wants to be relevant. And he's got to be about a 1,200-yard rusher. Now, that doesn't mean he's finishing top 5. I have him finishing about right where he's at here. 9, 10, 11 range. I think that's about right. Now, David, if you watch this, because David's the guy in our league who maybe he'll watch this and he'll see me talking about it. I still would keep this guy just because the value as far as how much you're getting this guy for is too much. It's too much value to pass up on. You're getting him for under $20. David is in our league. You got to keep this guy because you put him back in the pool, he's going to go for 40, somewhere around 40. I don't see him going much higher than that in our league. Now in other leagues he could creep into that $45 to upper 40 range for sure. If there's somebody out there that really wants this guy, he could creep up a little more. I don't see him for going really anything over 50 though. 45 to 49 is his limit as far as price tag goes. I have him in the low 40s just because I see him falling down a little bit. I see him falling down from the number 1 overall rusher last year. Okay, moving on. Stevenson. This guy avoided what Kenneth Walker didn't avoid, which he avoided a running back, I believe, being taken. What am I doing here? All right. Let's see. Let me go to New England real quick. I want to see who they drafted. I know who they drafted for the most part. They had a ton of picks this year. They didn't go get one running back. This is really good. Really good for Ramondre Stevenson. And if anybody owns this guy, I have this guy being kept in my league. So if you have this guy, you're in good shape.
Good. More for me and you.
Yep. Good. That's right. This guy, look, man, Damian Harris is out of town. They have this guy now. I forget who they signed as RB2, but he's not really a threat. Okay, he's not a threat. Let me double check real quick who the second stringer is. I forget who it is. James Robinson. That's right. I'm not worried about James Robinson if I'm a Ramondre Stevenson owner. They're still going to run the ball plenty. It may not be what we want it to be if we're Stevenson owners, but he is a receiving threat. This guy finished 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This guy finished RB11 last year, and then I got him at number 11 now. So no change. He's going into his 3rd year this year, so he's right in his prime. He missed 5 games his rookie season. But, so his rookie season was kind of an outlier. I don't want to factor his rookie season at all, really. He ran for 606, over 4.5 a carry, 5 touchdowns on the ground. He only caught 14 balls. But this guy was not being used his rookie season the way he should have been. They started using him the way that he should have been used last year. We go last year, he played every game. He finished almost 5 yards a carry, so 4.95. That's up from 4.56, which is really good. It's above average. 210 carries, over 1,000 yards, 5 touchdowns on the ground again. And then he had 69 catches on 88 targets. On 88. He only had 88 targets, and he still caught almost 70 of them. For 421 yards and a touchdown receiving. This guy's going to be really effective this year with no other competition, really. This guy's going to be good. He's 6 foot, 230 pounds, a big guy. He's like Najee. He's about a Najee Harris build type of player. I think Najee's a little better than him, but this guy's not far behind. That's why I'm higher on a guy like this than Chubb. He can catch the ball. 69 catches versus Chubb's 24 on average. That's damn near 50 more catches. That's 25 more points, 50 more points if you're in PPR, a full PPR. That's a big deal. It's a big deal. This guy can run for 1,200 yards this year. And then he can catch for another 500. Okay, he was just 80 yards off last year. This guy can catch for 500 yards easy and run for 1,200. If they get things together. And look, I think now that Harris is gone, this guy's value is going up even more, and they didn't go get anybody in the draft. I'm not worried about James Robinson at all. This guy is still the number 1 back. It's not even close, really. I like this guy. I wish their offensive line was a little better, but I still like this guy. Tony Pollard at 12. Look, Stevenson at $32. That's about right. Now, this is what I'm gonna move him up to like 34. Okay, but people may not even know about them not drafting a running back. They may not. People who don't watch this or watch me, watch Smitty. You know, I was on Smitty's show the other day. I called in the other night while I was at work. We didn't really talk about this. We talked about Najee, but so shout out to anybody out there who watches Smitty on the fantasy football show. But going over auction stuff, this guy's priced down here around $34-$35. It's a bargain for this guy. Bargain. Considering they didn't go get any running backs. They have Robinson as his backup, who you should not be worried about. I like this guy a lot. And this guy could be going for more. I mean, really, in my opinion, he probably should go for around 40. But I just don't see it happening because he's not really a household name. He's not a household name to people that don't follow this stuff. Now, I mean, obviously, people who follow this, they know this guy, but he hasn't really had a really superstar season either, which also helps keep his value down. You can get this guy in the 5th or 6th round. Well, 4th, 5th, or 6th, somewhere in that range. I would say 5th probably. But you never know. You might get this guy in the 6th round. I mean, top of the 6th round, the turn, the 5-6 turn. That's good value for this guy in redraft. Now, I'm more of an auction guy because I'm in auction, and we're talking about auction values. You get this guy for less than $35. Look, this guy's got top 10 potential from here on out. With the way the running back room looks, and just how much this guy's grown from year 1 to year 2. Okay. So this guy should keep him in my league for 24. If he doesn't, he's going to be on my radar 100%. He should be on just about everybody's radar, really. This guy's a low end RB1 who could be a mid RB1 instead of a low end. So he could even be better than that too, really. I think he would need a better offensive line and a better game plan, but the Patriots don't really get away from the run as much as people think. They need to get back to, I think, running the ball a little more to help Mac Jones out, but you know, and maybe Mac Jones' quarterback play could be a little better to take a little more pressure off of the run game too, open things up for Stevenson. But this guy, don't sleep on this guy in fantasy this year. Don't sleep on him. I want to go through these guys from 12 to 20 real quick. I'm going to try to. I want to get down to these other guys. Gibbs is moving up, okay? We got to move Gibbs up. Where are we going to put Gibbs is the question. Gibbs has to move up. Anybody know where Gibbs is going? Let's check here. Look, Gibbs is moving way up on my board. Like, way up. I'm putting Gibbs inside my top 20. I'm going to put him right here at 20. Actually, no. All right, so the guy that's falling down is Devontae, man. I'm sorry. I hate doing this to Devontae. I love this guy last year. This guy's moving down now. So I'm pretty solid with Pollard, Chubb, Henry, and Dobbins at 12, 13, 14, 15, respectively, okay? I want to move this guy up. Pierce, he's going to 16. He's jumping. He's leapfrogging Jones and Cook. He's younger. He's more physical, really, than both of those guys, in my opinion, as a runner. He has arguably a better offensive line. This offensive line for the Texans is not bad. Okay, they rebuilt it. They re-signed Laramie Tunsil. They went out and got a couple guys. They're going to be able to run the ball a little bit this year. And I think if Stroud can play to the level that he should play to as the number 2 overall pick, they did go get a weapon for him as well. I believe they went out and got a weapon for him. Or no, I don't know if they did or not, to be honest. It would have had to have been in the later rounds. I thought they were going to go get a weapon for him in the first round, but they ended up trading up, getting Will Anderson on the defensive side of the ball. Houston. So they went out and got Nathaniel Dell, that's right. And then they got Hutchinson from Iowa State, who I actually think is a steal for them in the 6th round. This guy's a good receiver. I think their offense it moves up a little bit. It picks it up a little bit here with Stroud and these receivers they got. They also have Schultz at tight end now. They have a better tight end. The pass game is going to be a little bit better for them, I think. I would hope. This guy plays better with these pieces. Plays better than Will Levis did, or not Will Levis, Davis Mills last year. I hope. But I think Pierce, he's younger. I know he's coming off that injury, which kind of sucks. But I think he'll be ready to go. I don't care about whoever the hell it was that they went out and got. I gotta go look now. Who did they go get a running back? They went out and got Singletary. That's right, from Buffalo. I don't really care about Singletary. Singletary's gonna get some time. But this guy's getting the ball inside the 5-yard line. That is what matters here. He's getting the ball inside the 5-yard line over Singletary. All day, every day, twice on Sunday. If you don't think that this guy's getting the ball over Singletary, once again, let's hit the button. If you don't think this guy is going to be the guy inside the 5-yard line, you are having delusions. That's right. So yeah, we're gonna move him up to 16. Jones is gonna slide down a little bit. Jones is gonna slide down for me a little bit. Let's put Gibbs right here, to be honest. Actually, as a matter of fact, let's go. This is gonna sound crazy to you guys. Let's go Rachaad White though. I like Rachaad White here to leapfrog all of these guys, to be honest. Rachaad White. We'll leave Cook there because Cook is, you can't sleep on Cook. And this is where Gibbs ends up going. He goes to 19. Mixon, man, this guy, man. What do we do with Joe Mixon? I'm just going to leave this guy at 20 until we hear about something. He's obviously the starter still. Pending a suspension, pending getting cut from the team, obviously. We don't know because it's weird with this guy in Kamara. It's just weird. Are they waiting to suspend these guys until the season's getting ready to start, or what is going on? I mean, I know they're still waiting for the legal system to play out, but I don't know, man. Dude, does everybody remember Kareem Hunt? Everybody remembers Kareem Hunt. Everybody remembers the Ray Rice incident. Those guys were like Hunt, the Chiefs kicked him off the team immediately. And I don't even think Hunt did anything near what these two guys did. Really. I mean, he did throw a kick, but this guy got in trouble right before the playoff game. He got in trouble back in college. We're talking about Mixon here. He got in trouble back in college. Haymakered Mike Tyson, that chick, his girlfriend, I believe. I'm guessing. I don't know who she was. You know, Ray Rice, Tyson, Mike Tyson. Those guys were gone immediately. Well, except for Mixon. Mixon hung around, but Ray Rice, Kareem Hunt, Ray Rice was never heard from again. Hunt got another chance in Cleveland, but the Chiefs dismissed him immediately. I guess the Bengals are just more, you know, they're willing to tolerate it a little more, I guess, and wait for the legal system. I don't know, dude. It's so weird to me. Same thing with Kamara. I forgot about Kamara. But Kamara, yeah, it's like Kamara, I would say it's worse than what Kareem Hunt did, in my opinion. I get it, the Kareem Hunt incident was to a woman, but did that woman get busted up as bad as that guy in Vegas? That guy in Vegas looked like he went 15 rounds with Muhammad Ali, dude. With Mike Tyson, dude. That dude looked like he went a few rounds with Mike Tyson back when Mike Tyson was knocking dudes out in round 1 and 2, you know what I mean? Like, that guy, I don't think that's what that girl looked like when, I'd have to go back and look at the tape or whatever, but, and the kick that he threw, it wasn't the greatest kick that he threw at that, you know, but, and I get it, dude, a lot of, you know, that guy, that girl, they probably said something that really offended the player, and they probably shouldn't have said yada yada. I'm not excusing their actions at all, but why do we have these different like treatments for certain players for similar incidents? Okay, very similar. They're domestic battery, assault, misdemeanor, or felony charges, whatever you want to call them. I think they're misdemeanors, but I'm not a legal expert, but you know what I'm saying. They're very similar situations that involve a domestic dispute between people. And you have just different consequences for each of them. I just don't understand it, man. I am mind blown. I don't know. Maybe they're waiting for the legal system to play out, which is what I think they should do. So we're just going to leave Mixon here at 20 until we figure out what in the world is going on. I just don't know how they keep this guy on the roster with the off the field issues that he's had. Remember, Kareem Hunt got dismissed by the Chiefs before they even, I think, look, Hunt played that game. Everybody remember that superstar like game between the Rams and the Chiefs? High scoring. I think it was like Monday night or Sunday night or whatever it was. I think it was a Monday night football game or whatever it was. Or Thursday night or whatever. Hunt got dismissed that week that he had that incident up in Toledo, Ohio or whatever when he was out. He got dismissed like that week when the news came out, when the TMZ tape came out. Mixon has had like 2 incidences or 3. He's had 3 altercations throughout his career, 2 or 3 now. And this guy is like, and in the one back in college, he haymakered this chick. He pulled a Ray Rice. There's a videos out there. Go watch it. And then now he's had this, what was it? Brandishing of a firearm in a road rage incident or whatever, right before the playoff game against the Bills, I believe. And so yeah, maybe they are waiting for the legal system to play out, but they didn't wait for it with Ray Rice. They didn't wait for it with Kareem Hunt. But now all of a sudden with Kamara and Mixon, it's like there's nothing to see here. It's almost like that, you know what I mean? That's what it seems like. Anyway, enough about that, man. I'm gonna move on. I want to move Swift up to where Mixon is at, but we're just gonna wait. We're just gonna wait. I think Mixon is probably a better fantasy option if he plays the whole season, and let's just say for some ungodly reason he doesn't get suspended, he stays with the Bengals, you know. So we'll go back over this. We're gonna move. Man, I should not keep Mixon there, honestly. Oh well. We'll move Aaron Jones down to here at 22. Sanders and Montgomery. This one's close. But Carolina's got a decent run game. They had Foreman and Hubbard and McCaffrey when McCaffrey was still there before he got traded. They didn't have the best numbers, but they had decent numbers behind that offensive line. That offensive line isn't horrible. They had games where they could run on teams, so I could see Sanders doing okay. I wouldn't pay more than this price tag for him at all right here at 19. Listen, this guy was the benefit of an offensive line, really good offensive line, a good offensive team in general. He was the benefit of it last year, okay? He's not on that team anymore. And trust me, his numbers are going to go down from what they were last year. They just are. And if he ends up running for like more than 1,000 yards, really, or I should say more than like 1150, I'll be shocked. So he's not going to score as many touchdowns as he did last year either. And he could have had a lot more rushing touchdowns if they didn't have Jalen Hurts at quarterback. Hurts had what, 18 rushing touchdowns on the ground? So yeah, Sanders could have had a ton. Sanders finished 12th at running back in my league, half PPR. So 217.7 points in my league. Look, the guy had 11 rushing touchdowns last year. The year before that, 0. Second year in the league, 6. First year in the league, 3. Hasn't had a receiving touchdown since his rookie year where he had 3. I think he gets maybe 1 or 2 this year because they don't have as many weapons as the Eagles had. So And last year was the first year that he played. Well, I'll take that back. 2019, they played 16 games. They only were playing 16 games at the time. So he played a full season his rookie year and last year. But last year, dude, he ran for 1269. That's his ceiling, in my opinion. That's his ceiling. 1,300 yards roughly. That's his ceiling in the NFL. Every other year before that, 754, 867, 818. He hadn't even broken 1,000. So this guy is barely an RB2 in my opinion. He had a one-off year last year. Look for him to come down back to earth a little bit. Just look for it to happen. Don't pay more than $20 for this guy. If you do, you're reaching. You're spending too much money. Okay, I had Gibbs down here and here, so we got to move some people down. Who are we going to move down? We got to move down. We got to move Kareem Hunt down until he signs somewhere. And then I hate to do this, but man, I really like Algier. He's got Bijan in the backfield with him now. Let's move Damian Harris down too. Look, he plays in Buffalo. Buffalo does not run the ball. Josh Allen runs the ball. I think they do start to lean more towards the running backs run the ball, but he's going to be sharing with Cook, and who knows how effective he's going to be. Okay. That offense is still a pass-first offense, in my opinion. I don't care if they can sit there and say, "Oh, we're going to run the ball more for our running backs." Yeah, they will until they're not scoring and they're not keeping up with some of these dominant AFC teams. So that score a lot of points. At that point, they're going to start throwing it again, and Josh Allen's going to be the guy running it whenever he drops back to pass and there's nobody to throw to. He's going to take off. I don't think he's the leading rusher this year again, but I don't think either of these guys on Buffalo go over 1,000 either. So for the season, let's move Mitchell down below Williams. I think Williams could be good this year. Jamal, remember he went from the Lions to New Orleans. He could be pretty good to start the season off if Kamara gets suspended. I don't know if Kendre Miller's going to be available to start the season. He should be, I think. Maybe. I do kind of worry now that they got Miller. But, because Miller, I think, is a dark horse. I think Miller's a guy you go get in, like, auction. Redraft, maybe not so much. You're going to get him for free. You should be able to get Miller for free in any redraft league towards the end of whatever your last round is, 20 or 15 or however many rounds you have. In Dynasty and in auction where you can bid on this guy, and mine's a keeper league, yeah, try to go get this guy for a couple of bucks, $5 at the most, and just wait on him. Just put him on the bench and just wait on him. Williams is 28, and so is Alvin Kamara. They only got a couple years. Miller will eventually be the guy, and Miller should have went in like round 2. He could have even maybe gone in round 1 if it wasn't for the injury. Okay, Miller is a dark horse at the running back position as far as this draft class went. He's like 215. He's an in between the tackle type of guy, and I believe he ran pretty good at the I believe his 40 time's pretty good. I don't know if he ran at the combine or not. I don't think he did, but he is he's not slow by any means. I think he runs under 4.5. So, and he's got pretty good vision, pretty good feet. All right, so we're looking for a spot for Javonte Williams. Look, man, I'm still taking Kamara over Javonte, especially if he doesn't get suspended. I mean, look, if Kamara doesn't get suspended, he's moving up. He's moving up here, okay? Somewhere. We're going to find a spot for him inside the top 15, probably. But we're banking on suspension. He's got to be getting suspended for some games this year. All right, let's move Algier down. I hate doing this to Algier. I was going to actually move Algier up until they drafted Bijan. So it sucks, but we got to do it. I could probably put him over Connor, but Connor is the lead guy in Arizona still, even though Connor is, in my opinion, done. I think he's done. He might be okay this year as like a low-end RB2, but I think this might be the last year he's relevant in fantasy. So Algier moves down. I'm going to put Javonte all the way down here at 31. I know it's kind of crazy to think that, but we don't know how many games he's going to miss, and it doesn't sound like he's going to be ready for the start of the season. So I think it only makes sense, okay? It only makes sense to have him down there just because of that reason. Okay. You know, we look at, look, we moved up Pierce, we moved up White. I do think White and Pierce have a potential to be inside the top 12. No doubt in my mind. Now, these guys are going to be cheaper too. Look, I got White for 20 bucks. I believe White is going to be kept in my league. I don't know, man. Look, in my league, you can only keep 3 guys. I think the only reason why I don't have White being kept is because the guy that would be keeping this guy, he's keeping Pollard. He's the guy who I have keeping Pollard for 12 bucks. I think he would be keeping Rachaad White for like 6 or something crazy. Rachaad White went for like virtually nothing last year. And then he's going to be keeping Joe Burrow. And then I have him keeping, I don't know if I have him keeping anybody else. So maybe he does keep Rachaad White. We're just gonna have to wait and see. I think 20 is really, if I'm being honest, this guy is gonna have to go for 25. And the reason why is because the Bucks didn't go out and get a running back. They didn't go and get a running back. And now this could change if they sign Zeke or if they re-sign Leonard Fournette. It could change. I could lower his price down from 25 to back down to like 23 or 22, somewhere around there. But this is, you know, give or take, this is about what it's going to be. I really liked it. Now look, the Buccaneers are going to be terrible this year. Okay? They're going to be terrible. They're probably going to finish last in that division. I think the Panthers can be better than them. And the Falcons, no doubt in my mind, the Falcons and the Saints, probably the top 2 teams competing for that division. The Bucks are going to stink. Trust me, dude, they got Baker as their quarterback, dude. Baker Mayfield's their quarterback. Just trust. They're not going to be good. They don't even have a 3rd string. They got Baker and Kyle Trask. Their defense is in the middle of being rebuilt. You know, they got Devin White still. They got David. David's getting older. Shaquille Barrett's getting a little older. Carlton Davis and Antoine Winfield. Antoine Winfield, I think it's a little young. Jamel Dean. But Nolan Turner, I don't even know who that is. It's free safety. It's their only free safety. They did go get Cansey. You know, they got a few defensive players. But, you know, the backup is Chase Edmonds at running back. Not really any competition there. Rachaad White is better. He's younger. He's faster. He's quicker. He's just as good, if not better, of a receiving back out of the backfield. Rachaad White's going to eat this season, okay? Look for him Look for his value to go up. Look for his numbers to go up. There's not competition. There's no Fournette there anymore. We've seen what this guy could be towards the end of the year. And with Baker Mayfield as quarterback, I don't think that's such a bad thing for him in terms of fantasy. For their team, it's awful. It's awful because they're going to suck. And with Mike Evans, Godwin, you know, those guys are getting older, especially Evans. He's going into, you know, like year 9 or 10, 30 years old. Mike Evans is guaranteed to have some kind of knee issue, ankle injury, hamstring issue at some point in the season. It happens every year, and it's going to be more and more likely that this happens the older and older he gets. Godwin's battled injuries the last 2 years, 3 years. Rachaad White's going to get plenty of receptions out of the passing game, plenty of dumps from you know, dump it Baker, dump it down Baker. He's going to be dumping it to this guy as much as he can, dude, especially if one of these receivers goes down for a period of time in the season. Look for this guy to catch around 70 or 80 balls this year, potentially, and maybe rush for over 1,000, hopefully, you know, if you own this guy. This kind of reminds me, Rachaad White's going to remind you, I think, of, and I'm not saying to this level, but close, you know, somewhere in the ballpark of Eckler back like 2-3 years ago when Eckler was getting a bunch of receptions, but the team sucked. Like the team was below 500 or just at 500, missing the playoffs, but Eckler was a really good fantasy option. Look for this guy to kind of do that this year. I'm not saying he's number 1 or top 5, but look for him to probably move into the top 12 if they are what I think they're going to be. Look, he's got no competition at running back. They're going to be playing from behind in a lot of these games, so he's a receiving back. He's a guy who can run between the tackles, but he's also a guy who can catch it out of the backfield with the best of them. So look for this guy to just get check downs. I mean, Baker Mayfield is not a guy who's beating you with his arm like Mahomes or somebody, or Josh Allen throwing it deep down the field anyways. And he's going to throw a couple deep balls, you know, obviously. He's probably going to throw a couple of deep balls to the other team too. But he's going to be dumping it to this guy too. You watch. This guy's going to play a lot, barring, as long as he stays healthy, he's going to play a lot. Once again, I shouldn't have to say that about the injury stuff. There's obviously chances that all of these guys could get injured. But we're basing everything off of these guys not getting injured. Look, if I tell you something about a guy and he gets injured, we can't control that. We can't control that. So now we can go over players who have maybe a little more injury risk. Like I hit on McCaffrey. I hit on somebody like Nick Chubb, who's risky because of a little bit of injury. Plus he doesn't catch the ball. You know, we can go over stuff like that. You know, but we can go over Cam Akers. You know, we haven't gotten to Cam Akers. Cam Akers has got potential to be good, but remember, he had that Achilles tear, and really, you could say he hasn't been the same guy that he was in college or even before that ACL tear. So, ACL tear, or not ACL, Achilles. Since his Achilles tear, Achilles is like, it just demolishes somebody's career, especially at running back. So, all right, moving on. Cook is Cook. Cook's got like 1 year. Don't pay more than this price tag for him. I'm telling you right now, man. 33, don't pay more. You pay more than $33 for Cook in an auction league, and you might end up regretting it. Like if you pay into the 40s for this guy, go get somebody else. Go get Najee Harris. Go get ETN. Go get Breece Hall or Taylor, even if you got to spend into the 50s for those guys. Look, man, Cook Cook's going to be playing with that flak jacket on probably for the rest of his career, and if he doesn't, he's going to have risk of popping that shoulder out of place again. He's got mileage on him, and he's 28 now, man. You see it there. He's 28. You know, maybe 35, 36 for this guy is a little more fair, but in terms of auction, man. Look, I got Gibbs at 26, and Gibbs could be a $30 back. Hopefully no more than that. If he's more than that, then you're reaching a little bit as far as the checkbook goes, as far as your budget goes. But I would look, if you're gonna spend $40 for this guy, go spend 40 and spend it on somebody else. Go spend it on Stevenson. That's the thing. Stevenson, I got going for around 34. You could probably get Stevenson for cheaper than this guy potentially, and I would much rather have Stevenson over Cook because he's younger, he's gonna catch the ball more, and he's got no competition in New England as far as, you know, other than James Robinson. But who's worried about that guy? You shouldn't be. If I have this guy in Dynasty or something, I don't know how much you can get for him if you trade for him right now. Would I try to go get like Gibbs or something for him straight up? 100%. This guy gets off to a good start. If Cook gets off to a good start the first few weeks, yeah, I'm trying to trade him and get everything I can for him in Dynasty and in this league, like a keeper league. So I'm out on Cook, man. I'm sorry. Look, I'm not saying Cook can't have a good year this year. He absolutely can. But I think this might be his last year too, as far as being fantasy relevant, as far as being like in the conversation for a top 12 running back, which would be a RB1. I think this is his last year. I'm getting off this ship now before it's too late and it's going down. I'm getting younger at running back, man. I just am. What this guy went for, I can tell you what he went for. He went, and so I bet this is my third year in this auction stuff. This guy went for $67 2 years ago, and then he went for $43 last year. And last year he kind of skated away with a lucky season, in my opinion. And he didn't do anything special. Look, he only went, look, ever since he went for over 1,500 yards back in 2020, he hasn't really been the same back. His average per carry has dropped. Touchdown production has dropped. His receiving production has dropped since his first few years in the league. Under 40 catches both the last 2 years. He's not a guy who catches touchdowns. He's gotten 5 in his whole career. He's been playing since 2017, okay? Granted, he got hurt that first year, so he didn't play much. But look, this guy's played 4 games, 11 games, 14, 14, 13. Last year, he played every single game for the first time in his career, and he was playing with a flak jacket on to keep that shoulder in place. This guy was banged up the whole year. I don't see this guy making it through the year without missing time. He's going to miss a few games this year. I don't wish any ill will upon him, but we're coming to educated guesses here about what we can go off of here off of his history, basically. This guy is bound to miss a few games, and how many times has he injured that shoulder? A ton of times. So look, man, don't overspend for this guy. Nobody's drafting this guy ahead of Walker, Breece Hall, Barkley, Eckler, Etienne. And really, I wouldn't think anybody's drafting this guy over Henry and Stevenson and Chubb. I wouldn't think so. I think that's ludicrous if they are. So we're talking about a 5th or 6th round draft pick in redraft, more than likely. If somebody's reaching on this guy in the 3rd or the 4th over somebody like Stevenson or even Jacobs or Pollard, just let him. I just laugh at him, be like, okay, you can have that guy. So
Now, in terms of auction, like I said, 67 2 years ago in my league, $43 last year, which was decent value. But this year, I'm not going over $40 to get this guy. There's no way. There's no way. All right, Gibbs, 19. We moved this guy up a ton. Look, Swift's in Philly now. Montgomery's in Detroit. Montgomery is going to be the first down back, the inside the inside the 5-10 yard line type of back. But this guy's dynamic. He's a home run hitter. Do I think that they reached on this guy in the draft? 100%. They shouldn't have drafted this guy at 12. They probably could have got him in the second round. But I think it kind of worked out for Detroit because they made some good picks day 2 and day 3. So they kind of made up for their round 1 debacle, in my opinion. So this guy shouldn't go for more than $30, okay? I'm just gonna throw that out there right now. And I really believe that. Look, I'm keeping Breece Hall for $35. That means he got drafted for $30 last year in my league. 30. This guy's not better than Breece Hall. He's just not. He's not. So I'm not drafting him for more money than what I drafted Breece Hall for. Just not doing it. 26 is fair. Anything less than 20, take him and run for the hills because you just committed a robbery. So I like the mid-20s though.
Robbery in progress.
I like the mid-20s. You get this guy for less than 20 though, it's good value in my opinion. This guy is basically going to become DeAndre Swift, okay? He's virtually the same build. He's about 200 pounds. Elite speed, home run hitter ability, great receiving back, very good route running for a receiver or for a running back. You can put him out in the slot. We seen him out in the slot at Alabama. Runs sub 4.4. He could get a little bigger in my opinion. He needs to put on about 10 pounds of weight in my opinion. 10 to 15. That would be ideal. He can do it too. He can do it. It's not like he's like 5'7" or something. He's like, what is he, like 5'11" or whatever? He can put on a few pounds. That would be great. It would help him for his durability. But he is roughly the same build as somebody like McCaffrey, as somebody like DeAndre Swift. I think he's a little taller than Swift. I think Swift's a little shorter, but nonetheless, they're about that 2 to 205 pound back. I think Detroit's going to use this guy in the same way that they use Swift, and so that, I'm not really worried about. Yeah, does this guy run for 1,000 his first year? Probably not. Probably not. I don't even think he ran for 1,000 in college. He might have that first year at Georgia Tech or whatever. I'd have to look it up to be honest, but I don't think he ran for over 1,000 at Alabama last year. But this guy can go get you, dare I say, 800 to 1,000 receiving yards in a season. He can do it. He's capable if he's given the opportunity. Does he do that? I'm willing to say about 500 to 600 yards receiving sounds about right. But he's going to get you receiving touchdowns. He's going to get you big play yardage. Like in my league, we have a bonus point if they run for a 40-yard run. We have a bonus point if it's a 40-yard receiving catch. And then we have another point if it's a 40-yard touchdown receiving or running. So it's like 2 points if it's a 40+ yard touchdown catch or running, rushing touchdown. So if you have stuff like that in your league, it helps to have somebody like this guy. This guy will do that for you. We know they're going to use this guy effectively. They're going to use him just the same way that they use Swift. The only difference between him and Swift is the injury. Swift probably has better numbers over his last 3 years doing what they were trying to get him to do if he stays healthy. we've seen what Swift can do when he stayed healthy in this offense. So if this guy can stay healthy, he has a lot of the same characteristics that Swift has. That's why they went out and got him, because they wanted to move on from Swift because of the health issue. That's what this guy could be. Just think of what Swift could have been when he was healthy, and just think of it as this guy. Now he has to stay healthy, but yeah, he's 5'11", 200 pounds. This guy could put on 10 pounds easily. He should. But if we go back and look, back in college here, rushing, he ran for 460 in 2020 at Georgia Tech, 746, and then he almost broke 1,000 yards last year at Bama. And then receiving, he went for 303, 465, 444. That can get into the 600-700 range easily in the NFL, because he's only playing 12 games here at college the last 2 years. He's going to be playing 16, 17, hopefully 17 if he stays healthy. So 1,000 yards really receiving is not out of the question. And he's got a pretty good offensive line there in Detroit. Now, yeah, Montgomery's going to take a little bit of a few carries away from him, but this guy's bread and butter is going to be in the receiving game. And in a full PPR league, half PPR league, that's valuable, especially in a full PPR. So yeah, this guy moved up my board a lot, inside the top 20. He's a low end to mid end running back with the potential of being like a low end RB1. It really just depends, Montgomery goes down, this guy, look, if Montgomery goes down, you know who this guy turns into? He turns into Travis Etienne, basically. I don't like the Alvin Kamara comparison. Look, Alvin Kamara is, aside from his off the field issues, Alvin Kamara is really a one of a kind kind of back. Alvin Kamara's bigger than this guy. I hate the Alvin Kamara comp. I don't like it. He's got shades of it, but he's more like Etienne. He's more like Swift. He's not quite Kamara. I need to see it first, really. I've seen some of the tape though where, yeah, he makes really good plays. He can shock you with his speed and everything else. But as far as an open field runner and breaking tackles and the vision and stuff, Kamara is better than this guy when it comes to that. Not saying that Gibbs can't develop that. He totally can. He needs to put on some weight, and that'll help him, shed a couple more tackles. But he's still nonetheless going to be a really good receiving fantasy, full PPR, half PPR running back, especially now that Swift is out of town. That was our biggest question going into yesterday before the trade. It's like, okay, what are they doing with Swift? Well, Swift's moving on. Perfect. That's perfect now. I don't know where I like this guy in terms of redraft. It would be round 4. Round 3 is a little bit of a reach in my opinion. I don't know. We're gonna do some Underdog fantasy best ball drafts here in a little bit. We're gonna do 2 of them. So I don't even know. I'd have to look at their rankings. I don't even know where these guys are being drafted. I did a few of them, more than a few of them before the draft, so I know where some of the ADPs are. Of course, I was doing a bunch of the Superflex ones before the draft, so I'm not quite sure exactly where these guys are being drafted at. So we'll go over the rest of these guys that are 20 on down. Like I said, Mixon, I don't even really want to talk about that guy. We'll go over the rest of those guys another day. I'm not really too concerned about those guys. I really want to talk about the guys that are RB1s or RB2s. We can go over some of these receivers. Gosh, I really, I'm going to wait on the receivers. they're not really changing too much as far as the top 10 goes. Really, the top 15. Somebody like London might move up my board a little more. Somebody like Jameson might move down my board a little bit. His value might go down from $14 to a little less because of the suspension, which is good and bad. It's good because you can maybe get him at a discounted price now if you can get away with not playing him for 6 weeks. We do need to change the teams for some of these guys. So Smith and Jigba to Seattle, Addison to Minnesota, Odell Beckham to Baltimore. He's gonna move up my board a smidge, not much though. He is a little old. Quentin Johnson, we got him. Hyatt went to the Giants. Downs went to... Where did Downs go to? Flowers went to Baltimore. Some of these guys, man. So Mingo went to Carolina. Mingo is a guy that I am super high on. I love this guy. I'm not even really afraid to say it, but I love Mingo. I can't really show you guys this. I'm just gonna change it here. Mingo's moving way up my board. Way up my board. Mingo's gonna be a stud. Stud. Mingo is gonna be arguably the #1 receiver in Carolina. Arguably. So, now does Carolina make the playoffs? You know, with this addition of Bryce Young and Mingo and all that stuff, I'm not sure.
Playoffs? Don't talk.
Yeah.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs?
Like I said, I don't know if they make the playoffs, but Mingo, I'm telling you, look out. This guy out of Ole Miss. You look at DK, you look at AJ Brown. He's very similar to AJ Brown more than DK, but you look at these guys that are coming out of Ole Miss. Watch out. Watch out, man. He's got a lot of what those other two guys that are already in the league have. Physicality, run after the catch, size, will run you over out in the open field, will punish you in the blocking, man. I'm telling you, man. Corners hate these type of receivers. The guys that play like Debo, like DK, like Brown, they hate these guys. They hate these physical guys. That's what this guy is. Physical specimen. Josh Downs, where did he freaking go? Okay. Jaden Reed went to Green Bay. Dell went to Houston. Green Bay, where's my Green Bay at? There they are. And Mingo's all the way down at the bottom of my list. He's moving up though, big time. I really hadn't had time to put all the rookie receivers in the proper ranking spot. Josh Downs. Rashid Rice went to the Chiefs. He might be a decent player. Come time, you know. In time, he will be. Mims went to Denver. It's a good place for him to go. Good place for Mims to go to. Tillman went to the Browns. Downs went to the Colts. That's right. I knew that. Downs went to the Colts. Rice went to the Chiefs. Tillman went to the Browns, right? It's actually a good spot for him to go to, too, as far as I'm concerned. Perry, where did Perry go again? Perry went like... Perry went... Perry went like round 6, right? Parker Washington went to Jacksonville. That's the one guy I didn't really quite know where he went. He went to... Butte went to New England. Perry went to the Saints. Perry went to the Saints. Parker Washington went to Jacksonville, right? And Butte went to New England. All right. We'll adjust those rankings as we go on. We don't obviously have them all in the right spot. Let's jump into this underdog here. I don't have any promo code or anything for anybody who wants to join, but we are going to jump into this. Yeah, we'll jump in this. We'll do this live. I'll go over what I'm thinking. This is best ball. There's 20 rounds. Half PPR. We are waiting on 2 people. So, really excited though for this year's fantasy football. I was psyched about the draft, man. I wanted to watch more of it, catch more of it, but due to work and everything, working nights, you know, we only got to watch really a lot of the first round and a little bit of the second. I didn't get to watch any today. I was sleeping, trying to stay on my overnight schedule, which I am. We might go over some of the receivers after this is over, but I am curious to see these ADPs here. You know, Jefferson 1, McCaffrey 2. Look, I'm passing on McCaffrey if I have the first or second or third pick. I don't want McCaffrey, I don't think. this year. Bijan's moved up to 12 ADP here. I can show you guys. He is right here at 12, down here at the bottom. Pretty crazy. So that's up. That's up. We got pick number 8. We are right here, pick number 8. So that's actually a good spot. I might go Bijan here. I might pull this. I might pull Bijan out of a hat. I'm not going Devontae Adams. I'm skeptical of AJ Brown this year and Eckler. Bijan's stock is, his ADP is going to be coming up here from 12, in my opinion. I think a lot of people are going to pass on somebody like Adams, like AJ Brown, even Diggs with all the stuff that's going on there. This is our first draft now, officially, after the NFL draft has ended, where we know where all these players, for the most part, at least these rookies, we know where they got drafted and what team they are on. So I can say 100% if Bijan falls to me here, I'm taking him. And I'm probably going to take him over Taylor. So Jefferson, Chase, Cup off the board. Wilson, 4 receivers off the board right away. Wow. So see, these guys passed up on McCaffrey as well. That doesn't shock me though. Doesn't shock me. Does not shock me one bit. I remember CMC's, yeah, there goes Kelsey at 5. I think this might be the year where taking Kelsey first round might be a bad idea. Obviously, it wasn't a bad idea the last few years, but this could be the year. There goes McCaffrey. Tyreek Hill 7. I am on the clock. We're going Bijan, man. There goes Bijan. We're taking Bijan. We just took Bijan with the first pick. 8th overall. That ADP is going to come up anyways. And maybe, you know, me and other people bring it up, but it's for good reason. This might be the first time I've drafted Bijan. I don't think I've gotten him in any. I think I got him in one other league at like 13 or 14 overall. Eckler goes. Diggs goes 10. Taylor, Adams, Josh Allen, the first quarterback off the board. So this guy goes Devontae Adams and then Josh Allen. Not bad. Not bad. I'm a little skeptical of Adams this year. I don't think he's a first rounder. Now this guy took him with the last pick in the first round, so that's technically for, you know, beginning of the second round. But his ADP is inside the first round. There goes AJ Brown. This guy's got AJ Brown and Jonathan Taylor now. This guy just took CeeDee Lamb. He's got Lamb and Diggs. So I'm gonna go. Oh, he just took Barkley, so now I'm up. I'm gonna go Breece Hall. It's a little bit of a reach. It's a little bit of a reach here. I'm not gonna see him in the third round though. And I'm taking him over Jacobs, Pollard, Henry, Chubb, and Walker now. I am banking on him being fully healthy. Obviously that could come back to bite me. We could have went receiver. We could have went Waddle or Olave. But there might be a chance that these guys fall to me, maybe. I'm okay with DK. We do need to go receiver and quarterback to the next 2 picks no matter what. Obviously, I could have waited for Ramondre and Harris, but that's okay. We might do that next time. We might do that in our second draft. If Waddle stays up there for me, which I don't see that happening, but I will snag him.
I'm looking down here at receivers. I like London over a lot of these guys that are ADP'd above him. I also like DK. And I like, you know, hopefully Olave falls to me. I'll take him. I doubt it though. I'm like 10 picks out. There goes Waddle. There goes Chubb. There goes Olave. Hurts is off the board. We're going to have to get our hands on Burrow here. Burrow or Fields. Probably going to go Burrow if he's there. We can get receivers. Pollard just went. Here, we'll scoot this over so you guys can actually see who's picking. Higgins and Devontae Smith just went. ETN win as well. There goes Moore. DJ Moore back up in the 3rd round here. Now that he went to Chicago. Maybe a little high, but, you know, I would like him in the 4th. There goes Burrow. That sucks. Just got sniped. Just got sniped. So Stevenson was waiting here for me. Maybe I should not have taken Brees. Oh well. I say oh well to that. We will take... What do we got here at quarterback? He's going 54, 55. So Lamar's moved up. I would like to get my hands on one of these 3 guys. No doubt. At quarterback here. We are up next. There goes DK. Dang it. Look at Walker slide. Look at Walker slide. Wow. Wow. All right, man. Stevenson's there. We got to take him, dude. We just have to. I'm going to wait on quarterback. I'm not liking the receiver value. I know I just went 3 running backs, which is probably not the wisest thing to do. But he's there. He's best available, in my opinion. Walker, you could argue Walker. Or Najee. But he's a little safer. I'm not liking the receiver group, to be honest. I'll let these guys take these receivers over me, if I'm being honest. I'm not really... You know, Cooper could be pretty good. I think Cooper's got another year left. And Ridley could also be good, but... I'm not a fan of these guys that sit out a year, or that were sitting out a year because of this, you know, a suspension or sitting out voluntarily. I'm not really a fan of that. All right, so we have our running backs. We have our running backs. We will wait on running back next time. We will try to snag like Gibbs and Najee and Ramondre probably next time. Brees Hall was probably a little bit of a reach. We probably shouldn't have taken Brees. We probably should have went like Waddle instead, but we can't change it now. We are taking quarterback right here no matter what. We're probably going to go get Trevor Lawrence. Lamar's got good upside. I don't know, man. Did we go Lamar? Lamar did just get his money, man. And he's got that rushing upside. I do worry about injury with Lamar is the thing. There goes Najee. Calvin Ridley just went. There's Debo. Let's go. Well, it's going to be a minute before we pick. I just want to be safe, man. I want to be safe. Let's go get Lawrence. Let's go get T-Law.
I just worry about Jackson's health, man. I know he just got paid and everything, but that doesn't mean he still can't get hurt. Lawrence is a bigger guy. He doesn't run as much. He's got a very dynamic offense, probably a better offense in my opinion than Baltimore's. I mean, I'm just being honest. It's close though. I'm not saying it's like apples to oranges, but it's close. I'm okay with losing out on Debo, Hopkins, and Cooper. I'm okay with that. A-okay with that. Kirk is still there. I could stack Kirk if he falls. I would like London, but London's probably gonna be gone. We're set at running back though right now. We're set. We just need to go find some good value receivers and a couple good tight ends. We have probably one of the best running back rooms in this draft. I would like to pair Kirk and T-Law together here. I'm hoping it falls. We're 10 picks out. So it's going to be a reach. It's going to be a stretch to get this guy, to get Kirk. This guy's got 3 receivers, 2 receivers, so unless this guy's got 3. So unless this guy with back-to-back picks here takes him, we should be okay. But he's got to go get a quarterback. He's going to go get Herbert with one of these picks, I would imagine. He's got to get Herbert with one of these picks. Plus Gibbs is there. He might want to take Gibbs. So there goes London. Here comes Herbert. He's got to get Herbert. He's got to get Herbert here. What's this guy waiting on? Take Herbert. He's right there. Took Judy. Wow, he's waiting on quarterback. So here comes Herbert then. Herbert. This guy's got 4 receivers. This guy don't have a run. Who's he got? Chase, Olavi, Higgins, Watson. That's not bad. Really, dude? I turn the grid on here. He took McLaurin. So this guy has 5 receivers now. That guy has 5 receivers. There goes Pittman. So these guys are all passing on Kirk, which is fine. There goes Sanders. This guy has Kelsey, Hurts, and Burrow. He's got 2 quarterbacks. That's why I can't believe that guy took Burrow. That guy sniped Burrow after he already took Hurts. That's crazy. Keenan Allen. I'm glad he took Keenan Allen.
Good. Good. More for me and you.
Pickens, that's not bad. Pickens is a better pick than the Allen, in my opinion. There goes Gibbs. So Kirk was probably going to fall to us here. This guy doesn't have a running back, so Kirk is going to fall to us. There's Kirk. We're gonna take Kirk. We're gonna stack here a little bit with some Jacksonville. A decent stack. You could argue Ridley's maybe a little bit better, but you never know, man. Ridley's coming off of a year of not playing football. You look back at history of these guys that missed out on a year. You look at somebody like Josh Gordon, missed out on a year, never the same player. You know, Ridley's going to be like 30 years old, I believe, this year or something like that. He's not young. Mike Williams, Dalvin Cook.
Good. Good. More for me and you.
Good. Take those guys, man. Take him. So Cook went round 5. I was thinking about round 5 or 6. You had Jones go before him. There goes Swift. Swift's gonna stay at the 5-6 turn probably now. He was going, I think, later than that. I think he was going like round 7. There goes Godwin, JSN. If Pitts is there, I'm taking him. I'm taking Pitts if he's there. Pitts, I think, has a breakout year. Breakout year for tight end. We're looking for the guy to replace Kelsey at tight end because it's going to happen here soon. It may not happen this year, may not happen next year. Who knows? But if anybody's got a chance, it's this guy. With that run game, and if Ritter can play decent, it's going to open things up for London and Pitts. Pitts was drafted 4th overall for a reason. Okay? Back during that draft. This guy's got to take quarterback, dude. Go get Deshaun Watson. He took Pitts. No freaking way, dude. Oh, my God. Son of a gun. Williams is there, but he's suspended. Do we take him still? Man, it's going to be tough to take him. I'm taking him. I know he's suspended, dude. I know he's suspended, but he's gonna be decent after that 6 week. I think he's gonna be good. We'll go get some other pieces at receiver. I'm not worried about it. God, I can't believe he took Pitts, dude. What a bummer that is. What does this guy have? This guy's got 1 receiver. This guy's got 4 running backs, 1 receiver, and a tight. This is kind of weird, man. These guys are drafting kind of weird. These guys are just drafting weird. They're not filling needs at all. They're just screwing people. Like that guy that took Hurts and then took Burrow. Like, come on, dude. What are you doing? There goes Deshaun Watson. Evan Ingram. I maybe should have taken Ingram and paired that up with my stack, but that's okay. That's okay. Oh. Man, I can't believe that, dude. Dobbins, Pacheco, Montgomery. Goes Waller. I'm not worried about Waller. I don't really want any. I would rather have Goddard than Waller. That guy can't stay healthy, man. Can't stay healthy. Do I cuff Algier? I think so. We might have to cuff Algier here. I like Dodson at receiver down here and Gabe Davis. Really over all 3 of these guys. Mike Evans, maybe. How much does Mike Evans have left in the tank, dude? I feel like this is a little bit high ADP. Like, well, yeah, this ADP for Ayuk is high. It's 69. We're already at pick 76. That's high for Ayuk. He shouldn't be 69, in my opinion. Yeah, it needs to come down. There goes Mixon. Hope that guy gets suspended. There goes Charbonnet. Wow, Charbonnet. I can't believe he's being drafted in round 7. That's crazy. Wonder if he cuffed. No, he doesn't have Walker. I'm taking Algier here. I have to protect Bijan. Have to protect Bijan right here, okay? The receivers aren't good enough in my opinion. I have to protect Bijan here because I already went 3 running backs. I have to protect him if he goes down. It's basically a protection pick. So it is a protection pick. All right, Rashad White just went. Marquise Brown and Dak went right before that, and then Mike Evans went right after my Algier pick. So this guy's picking again. Probably goes quarterback here. Or running back. See what he does here. He went receiver. Tony, there goes Tony. This guy's gonna go tight end. Here comes the next best tight end probably. Oh, Burks. He's waiting on tight end. All right, I'm up in 2 picks. What do we do here? What do we do here? Got a couple quarterbacks out there. We have 2 receivers. We need to get a 3rd receiver. I'm looking at the receiver room here. I'm taking Dotson. Taking Jaha Dotson. I'm trying to think of the best way to show this. Let's go all the way over here. Right here. Probably not our best draft, but we're going to try to fix it here on the back end. We got Kirk, Williams, and Dotson. We still need to obviously we got to go get into the receiver because this is a 3 receiver league, I believe. It's 1 quarterback, 2 backs, 3 receivers, a flex, and a tight end. Half PPR. No bonus points for anything, I believe. Look at Javonte. Javante's ADP's 88, and we're already almost to 100 here. We maybe go snag another quarterback here soon. Richardson just went. I didn't even just see that. Wow. That's a little high for Richardson. This is this guy's first QB, by the way, is Anthony Richardson. I don't know if that guy knows what he's doing. I don't think so. I don't think that guy knows what he's doing.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
Yeah, that guy doesn't know what he's doing, man. You can't have AR-15 as your first quarterback. Look, I get it. The guy's good, but this is this year only. He's going to be lucky if Richardson plays more than like 4 games as far as like at quarterback for the whole game. You're hoping for an injury. And guess what? There goes Cousins. There's still Goff, Wilson, Rodgers, Geno. But guess what? I'm about to snag one of those guys here in a minute. It's probably going to be A-Rod. Here comes A-Rod for me. Ooh, Fryer moves right there. I like him. Who else is out there? Knox. Schultz. Komet. We can wait on tight end. There goes Rodgers. So Rodgers is off the board. I can't have that guy. He's got Lamar and Rodgers, that guy. But this guy back here, he has Cousins and Jones. And this guy, this Ballon guy, or no, Papa Elon has Papa Elon just has AR-15. There goes Freiermuth. We weren't going to get Freiermuth anyway, you see. We wait on a quarterback. Do we wait for like Geno? They're going to run the ball a lot. So are they. Geno's got better weapons though. I see Russell Wilson throwing the ball a lot this year though too. Let's just be safe and go Geno. I think that's safest. I think that's safest. Look, that guy shouldn't know. Look, that guy has Anthony Richardson, and now his second quarterback he's got to choose from is Goff and Wilson and Murray.
You don't want that. You don't want that to be your first quarterback. I'm sorry. You just don't. And I say that you know, obviously they're going to be his second quarterback, but it's really technically his first. Look, Anthony Richardson is not going to play as much as these guys think. That guy should not be drafted in round 8. That guy is
Shut your mouth, you jabroni!
a jabroni. That guy's having This guy's got one quarterback, it's Herbert. So at least this guy's got Herbert. This guy's got a top 10 quarterback who's gonna start every game. You know what I'm saying? See, and he just stacked him with Johnston, their new receiver. This guy hasn't gotten a tight end either. He's got Swift, Taylor, and Henry. That's not bad. It's not bad at running back. Look, I'm gonna get the pick again before this other guy that had Richardson. Oh my goodness. Beckham just went. I was thinking about Beckham. All right. Zay Flowers is still out there. We might go get that guy. Zay Flowers will be the next pick for me if he is there. If I don't get sniped. I'm worried about getting sniped by this guy right here. This I'm Craig guy. Not this guy that's up, but the next guy. He's gonna snipe me. You watch. I'm gonna get sniped for Zay Flowers right here. I'm gonna be mad too. I have to go get a receiver here. Or a tight end. I might go get Lazard. There's Penny. Do not snipe me, Craig. Come on, Craig. Murray, sweet. Okay, so Zay Flowers. We're taking him. We're taking a risk. A little young at receiver, but I think Zay's got like Hollywood Brown potential. Whenever Hollywood Brown played for the Ravens with Lamar, I think he could be that guy that plays like that. I'm not really worried about Odell. I think Zay's technically the #1 guy here. I mean, Odell is probably #1, but Odell has a lot of injury risk, in my opinion. So see, there goes Goff. This Papa Elon guy, he is now up next with one quarterback, and it's Anthony Richardson. He's going to get Russell Wilson or Carr. Russell's not bad. Oh, there goes Bryce Young. I forgot about Bryce Young. So Bryce Young went in round 10, almost round 11. This guy drafted Richardson over Young. And then look, he just went Damian Harris. This guy has Richardson. This guy don't even have a quarterback. Here comes Russell Wilson or Derek Carr. Nope. Wow. Wow. This is a weird draft. Let's see if this guy takes a quarterback now. Here he is. He's up again. No quarterback. He's got to go Russ. Derek Carr. He took Carr over Russ. That's bold. That's bold. It's arguable, though. Papa Elon. Passed up on quarterback again. He just has Anthony Richardson. This guy. This guy,
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
There goes Stroud. This guy's passing up on all these quarterbacks. This guy, oh my God. Like, this guy only has one quarterback. This Jay Picks. But at least it's Mahomes, you know? At least he's got Mahomes. All right, I am up. There goes Jordan Love. I like Kincaid, but we can wait on that guy.
go Colca. Oh, it took Kincaid. Dang it, I didn't get it off in time. See, that's why you don't mess around. Well, at least we got a tight end. We got Kincaid. I'm not worried about it. That is a little high for this guy, considering he's supposed to go about 50 picks ahead of it, or after this. That's what happens when you don't get your pick off in time. I was thinking Komet or Wilson. I was thinking about taking Wilson. I was like, no, let's just get Komet. Oh, well. I'm not worried about these receivers that I'm missing up on. Palmer's still down here. I like him. I also like Johnson, but Johnson's going to be tough. He's in a committee. Shaheed is still down here. I like him better than a lot of these other. Like, I don't know how they got Palmer and Hyatt over Shaheed. I think Shaheed is. I think he ends up playing a little better than some of these guys. We're missing a few receivers too, like Hodgins. I feel like Hodgins is a better pick than some of these other receivers ahead of him. All right, there goes Russell Wilson. He's with the guy that's got Herbert. Look at all the receivers this guy has, dude. He's got Adams, Godwin, JSN, Tony, Sutton, Beckham, Juju. All right, so we reached on Kincaid a little bit, obviously, which sucks. Does suck a little bit, but we can still go get another receiver here. I like that Rashid Rice from the Chiefs. I'm looking for this guy, honestly. I'm trying to find him. I might obviously end up taking him later because he's down the board here a little bit. All right, I'm on the clock. I gotta go. Let's go. Let's go Zay Jones. We got two Zays on the team now. Let's go Zay Jones here. We got Lawrence, we got Kirk. Let's go Zay, in case Zay has a breakout game. I think he's one of the best receivers available at this point. I was thinking about Knox, and see, there goes Knox. I was thinking about Lazard too, but Jacksonville's gonna be throwing the ball so much this year. I like pretty much anybody on their, especially in this best ball stuff. I like a lot of their receivers. You could probably take Kirk, Zay Jones, and Ridley all at once, and I wouldn't knock it. It's good to stack these guys. That's part of the formula to this. I think we got a pretty good team so far. We need to go get another quarterback. Isn't Stroud still on the board? Or did somebody take Stroud already? I guess somebody took him. Who took him? This guy did, right here. 125. He took him like 2 rounds ago. Same guy that has Hurts and Burrow, of course. Gesicki went before Greg Deluxe. No way. Here goes Hyatt. Not too high on Hyatt anymore. I would rather have somebody like Shaheed, I think. Shaheed might be my next pick. Andre Miller's here. Michael Mayer is here. I don't know, man. He's in Vegas. Yeah. Yeah. Taysom Hill is still at tight end in this. That's crazy. Look, Taysom Hill had 141 points last year. Oh my god. He had 141 points, dude. A lot of the tight ends are like out of here, man. They're off. That's crazy. This guy still only got one quarterback here. He still only has Anthony Richard, guys. Oh my goodness. That guy's got delusions about AR-15. Like, I like the guy, don't get me wrong, dude, but not unless it's like a keeper league. And he's the only quarterback this guy had. This guy's not even the starter. We don't even know if he's starting or not. And I don't think he is. Minshew will be opening day starter. Opening week. There goes Roshan Johnson. I like Gerald Everett, man, over the two guys from New Orleans. I like Everett here. I think Everett's got another year. I like Everett. We might go get another tight end. Well, we will go get another tight end. There ain't no might about it. We're only in round 13. We're about to be round 14. I might go get Taysom Hill. Never know, dude. Taysom Hill is one of those guys you just get because they're gonna use him. They're gonna use him just like they did last year, and he might have one of those games where he goes and gets 3 touchdowns. It's possible. Especially if Kamara misses time. You gotta think. I like Shaheed though too. He's also in New Orleans. We got 5 receivers, 4 backs, 2 quarterbacks, 2 tight ends now. Who's at quarterback here? Still got Stafford, Howell, Brissett, Garoppolo, Tannehill, Levis, Ritter. I like Ritter. I might go get Ritter. We'll add him to the queue. What is wrong with Tucker, dude? Why doesn't it tell me? All right, we're coming up here. We're 3 picks away. This guy, this draft chief guy, he doesn't even have a tight end yet. He probably ought to go get somebody. That's not good. Listen, to be successful at all this stuff, you know, in any of these best ball stuff, you have to have guys at every position. You just have to. If you're talking about getting to the playoffs, into the playoff rounds, you know, and being successful.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs?
Yeah, don't talk about it if you don't have guys at every position. I don't care who you are. You got to have somebody at tight end. You got to be deep at all these positions for injuries. It's best ball, so they're going to throw in the best guy available every week. Yeah. And if you don't, well.
Oh, well, better luck next year.
Better luck next year. All right, we're on the clock here. Hill just went. Shaheed's there, so is Johnson. He re-signed. Give me Jawan Johnson. Give me another pretty good tight end. Pretty underrated tight end, in my opinion. So. There goes Miller and Spears, 2 running backs. We're coming up on round 15 here. We will do another one of these after this.
I'd like the $5 or $10 cheaper ones to come out. These are $25 entries. We're only doing 2 though. A little expensive. We will take a different approach in this next one. We won't go running back heavy as much. We need to think about another receiver here though. Maybe Josh Downs. Josh Downs was really good in North Carolina. Ritter's also still there. We might need to go get another quarterback. So he's an option. Well, there goes Josh Downs, so we can forget about that. This is where it gets interesting. Now, there ain't Rashid Rice. There he goes. No way. I was just thinking of that guy. This freaking guy, dude. No way.
Shut your mouth, you jabroni!
Oh, man. That guy. I can't believe he just sniped me like that. Sniped me. It's unbelievable. I think Hodgins is the next guy available at receiver, if I'm being honest. I think he is, to be honest. Oh, this guy got Stafford as his QB with Richardson. Good for him. I like what Hodgins was doing at the end of that season. He's definitely a wide receiver 1 or 2 on that team now. Probably 1, if I'm being honest. Give me that guy. Give me Hodgins. Out of Oregon State. I remember that guy. I remember watching that guy at Oregon State. He was good. Give me Hodgins, though. Try to go get Ritter here. We need to go get another quarterback. 2 is not enough in this stuff. Not enough in this stuff. We can maybe go get Will Levis, too. Maybe as our 4th QB or something. For shits and giggles. Dwayne McBride went to Minnesota. It's good for them. He might be pretty good. I have to wait and see on that guy. Is this only 16 rounds? This is only 18 rounds. It was 20 in the Superflex. 18 is not bad though. So we got 3 more picks. Then we'll start a new one. Marvin Mims is down here. We might look at that guy. Oh my god, I forgot all about Mingo. Is Mingo still on the board? No way, right? I forgot about Mingo. Oh, this guy drafted him. Was it that drafted him? This freaking guy. When did he draft him? I forgot all. It's the same guy that got freaking Rice, dude. He picked him the pick right before Rice. 165. What a scumbag. I forgot all about Mingo, dude. What am I doing? I took Zay Jones before Mingo. No way. All right, we're going to do better in the next draft as far as receiver goes. I mean, I still like this team to a degree. We never know. You never know. Gosh, man. Who's available at tight end? We're going to go get Likely. We're going to go get Likely. He's the best available, in my opinion, over all these other guys, especially if Mark Andrews goes down again. So we're going to go get Likely. And we need to go get Ritter. I don't know about Ritter. Maybe we go get Sam Howell instead. Let's get Likely first.
He's more important in my opinion. He's more important than one of these QBs because really, if I go get Howe, I would like to go get Brissett too because they're on the same team and we don't know who's going to be the starter. I do like Howe better though. There's John Mechie, Singletary. Who else is out there? You could go worst case scenario and go get Mac Jones, even though you're
not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
he's not that guy. Not a lot to choose from here. I'm looking for some dark horses that could be dark horses. I like this guy. This guy should be ahead of some of these other receivers, really, if I'm being honest. He just should. Because he's a number 2 guy, probably behind Mingo, in my opinion. I know they got Thielen, but Thielen's going to get hurt. He's old. He's old. He's at the end of his career. I'm not worried about Adam Thielen at all. That guy's got a foot out the door. Terrace Marshall and Mingo are the future of that team as far as receivers on the outside. Marshall showed. I think Young's going to love Marshall. He's going to be looking for Marshall a lot down the field. He's got burner off, take the top off speed to get down the field as well. There goes Ritter. It's all right. We have 2 more picks, so we're going to go Marshall and we're going to go a quarterback. Howe came off the board already too. That sucks. Taylor Heineke's in Atlanta. I didn't even know that. Probably go get Minshew. Minshew's going to be starter. That guy might think Anthony Richardson's going to be a starter, but he's wrong. He's dead wrong. Fournette, no team. He just got drafted. Wow. It's crazy. Here. Let's go get Marshall. I don't think anybody will take Minshew, so I'm not worried about Minshew. He'll fall to me. He'll fall to me the top of round 18 easily. Oh, man. Comes all the gamble wide receiver picks, hoping for something. Hardman, Claypool, Mims, the rookie out of Oklahoma there, plays for the Broncos now. Juba Hubbard, okay. Delanie Woods is still out there. I was thinking about him really, but we got 4 tight ends. We can't go get another one. We got 4. There goes Mac. The Mac attack. So, yeah, this Papa Elon guy has Richardson and Stafford as his quarterbacks. That guy's not going to win anything. I'm sorry. I don't care who you got on your team. You're not in best ball. You got to have a quarterback. Unless Stafford turns out to be like Super Bowl Stafford from a couple years ago. It's not happening. So, Irv Smith came off. I'm up in 2 picks. We are taking Minshew with the last pick. Maybe Baker Mayfield. We'll think about Baker. I don't think Minshew's that bad. Especially if he ends up playing most of the season here. He hasn't had a full season underneath his belt, if you look at it. He just hasn't. He hasn't had the opportunity. The guy's a smart quarterback, too. He'll make a few mistakes here and there, but he's better than what they've had in Indianapolis last year. 100%. He took Minshew. There he goes. Starting quarterback for the Colts. I don't care what anybody says about Richardson being the starter. He's gonna have to wait his turn. They're not gonna start this guy right out the gate. That guy going. This guy doesn't go get another quarterback, which he should have went and got Minshew if he was gonna get Richardson. You gotta have them both. I said this the other day. Why do you think I went and got Tyler Algier and Bijan? I only have 4 running backs, but that's all I need. Hopefully they can stay healthy. And I got the backup to the best one that I have, at least considering I took him first in the first round. Mike White. So this guy with Jaden Reed. This guy's staying with 2 quarterbacks. That's pretty crazy. You got to have at least 3 in my opinion. Unless they're like Burrow and Mahomes. There's Musgrave. So we made a couple of mistakes. We took Kincaid early, but that's because time ran out on me. It could have been worse though. I could have got auto drafted with somebody else. So this is the team. This is the team. I will show you guys the team. First team drafted. This is a $25 entry. T-Law, Geno, Minshew. Running back, we got Bijan, Breece Hall, Ramondre Stevenson, Tyler Algier. So we got the 1-2 punch in Atlanta, which is good, just in case somebody goes down. We are protected right there. At receiver, we got Kirk, Jamison Williams, Jahad Dotson, Zay Flowers, Zay Jones. So we stacked some Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence, and a couple of his receivers. We got Isaiah Hodgins, Terrace Marshall, and then we got Dalton Kincaid, Gerald Everett, Jawan Johnson, Isaiah Likely at tight end. Not a bad tight end group there. So that's what we got, man. Not bad. We're gonna go a different route though. This next one. Try not to make we made a couple of mistakes, but that's okay. It could end up working out for us. So I'm not too concerned about it. Could end up working out for us. All right, we're waiting on 4 people. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Grab something to drink. I will be right back. All right, looks like this is starting here in 30 seconds. I also got food, so I'm getting some food right now as well. Looks like we're at the back of the line here. We have pick number 11. Ooh, this will be interesting. We might get Bijan again, which I will take Bijan again if he's there. So CMC goes number 2 this time. Remember, Garrett Wilson went 4. He went 4 in the last draft, which is a little high considering his ADP is 16. There goes Kelsey at 5 again. Cup, Eckler. There goes Bijan at 8. Remember, I took him at 8. We can have Jonathan Taylor if we want him. Pleased with results from surgery. I think we go. CeeDee Lamb here. CeeDee Lamb is a dog. This guy grew like half an inch in the offseason, they said. That's crazy. He's still number 1 guy in Dallas. I know they're moving towards the run a little bit, but he is going to be the guy who gets a large share of the targets. So Wilson and Waddle go. So Taylor is still there for me in round 2. I think we take a shot here. Man. Let's go JT. JT at 14 is not bad in my opinion, considering he was number 1 guy last year, right? It's not bad. I think he has a bounce back year. I'm looking to get Joe Burrow here with this next pick. So the guy that drafted first overall, he got Chubb, Breece Hall, and Jefferson. So he got Breece Hall in the 3rd. That's good value. This guy took Fields over Burrow. He wants the rushing upside. Lamar just went over Burrow. There goes Burrow. Damn, dude. See, these quarterbacks are flying off the board now. And they should be. They should be flying off the board right here. This sucks, man. This is throwing a wrench in everything that I was hoping to do. Just crazy, man. Sucks, man. Sucks, sucks, sucks. There goes DK. I was thinking about him. But what do we do here? There goes Stevenson. I'm not worried about quarterback anymore. Give me Najee this time. There goes Samuel. There goes Ridley. I'm going to try this again here. I'm going to go ETN now. I'm going to do this again. And I'm going to see if I can get Lawrence and then go receiver. Go heavy receiver. Since they took all those quarterbacks like that there in round number 3. Well, 2 and 3. That's crazy, man. It's tough picking at 11 this year now. I can already tell. Like, picking at the end, it's tough. You want to be picking... You want to be picking once again, I think, somewhere between 1 and 5. That's where you want to be. Especially when because all these quarterbacks are falling to people at the beginning of round 3, mid-round 3, it looks like. We saw like the guys like Burrow and Lamar. Gosh, that's crazy that just happened. This guy took 2 quarterbacks. Once again, we always get some moron. Hurts and Lamar, dude. This guy went Hurts and Lamar. This guy.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
Oh my god, dude. That's what that makes me want to say. Gosh. Gosh, that's infuriating, man. Makes me so mad. T-Law is still there. Hopefully he stays there. I doubt it that he will, though. I doubt it he stays there, but I'm hoping he does. God, that's so frustrating, man. I'm fine with Herbert, though. I'm fine with Herbert if it's Herbert. So there goes Herbert. Hopefully, like, quarterback. There's one guy in front of me that needs a quarterback. It's the guy that's right in front of me. He's probably going to snipe me and take Lawrence. If this guy goes quarterback again with 2 quarterbacks, I'm going to be so mad. Pitts, that sucks. Hoping Pitts would fall to me with the second pick. With my first pick of the 6th round. Jones. We just gotta hope that Sean Z doesn't take Lawrence. We'll just go all in on T-Law this year for these $25 drafts. Pierce, come on, dude, don't do it to me. Don't do it. Yes, he didn't take him. So Lawrence fell to us once again. There he goes. Boom, we got our QB in round 5. I'm getting T-Law in round 5. That's not bad. I'll have to see what I got him in the last draft, but I think it was round 5 or 6. I'll have to double check that. It sucks because I wanted to get Burrow, and Burrow was dropping like a rock, which was crazy, but the last guy ended up snagging him. I think it's crazy that Lamar and Hurts are going in front of that guy. And Fields. All right, he took Jason and Swift. We're not going to go Jameson Williams again. We're going to go George Pickens. Pickens, number 1 guy, number 2 guy in Pittsburgh. I like it. I know they probably get away from passing the ball a little bit, but I think he has a better year this year. Going into year 2, this guy's a physical guy, big guy, goes up and gets it. He can catch it. I like him over Ayuk and Godwin, Hollywood Brown. It's a little bit of a reach for Pickens, but I can't take the chance. Remember, I don't pick. I took him at 62. I don't pick again until 83. I don't pick for another 22 picks after that, till 80 or 21 picks. I don't know if he falls that far. I have to take him there. If that's the receiver I want, which it is. I'm not a fan of getting some of these old guys, man. So look, Williams is still there. I would take Williams if he falls to me, probably. We got to remember to get Mingo. We're getting Mingo this draft. Unless somebody snipes me. Mingo, Rice. We're going to try to get both of those guys. Looking for a second QB. I'm going to try to go a little earlier with second QB. Want to try to get Tua or A-Rod or Love. I might even consider Richardson too. We'll see. But Richardson, I'm not taking that. I'm not taking Richardson in round 8 like the one guy did. That's crazy to me. So there goes Tua. Let's look at tight end here. Who do we got? We got Evan Ingram out there too. We could go get Evan Ingram. What did he go for last year? 140? That's pretty good. Well, there goes Evan Ingram. Never mind. Kamara might fall to us too, which is crazy. Here goes Deshaun Watson. Jameson Williams fell to me, so I'm taking him. I'm taking Rodgers next. I don't know if we're going to see Rodgers if we don't take him now. It's going to be a minute before we are back up to pick, so I can see Rodgers gone. Let's go get A-Rod next. I don't care if he's 40, dude. I'm taking him over freaking Dak and Daniel Jones, dude. Cousins is interesting now. 307, 305. Just give me Rodgers. Rodgers has upside. See this 336 right here? Well, you guys can't see it. We could see that again with this team. Give me Rodgers.
I got 2 quarterbacks now. I can go get a third one a little later, you know, and not be too worried about who it is. We got CD, Pickens, and Williams at receiver. We got ETN, Najee Harris, and Taylor at running back. It's not too bad. We need to find a couple diamonds in the rough here at receiver. I like Mingo and Rice. I just need to figure out where they're going. I like Mingo more than Rice. I don't know. Rice is interesting. The Chiefs have a dynamic offense, and they could be throwing the ball to him a lot. I could see that. Now that Juju's gone. And Hardman's gone, so I could see Rice and Mingo both being heavily involved as rookies. Especially Mingo, man. That guy's a beast. Guy's a beast. There's Dak. Okay. Bryce Young went. Okay. I like that Bryce Young went before Richardson this time. That guy that reached on Richardson in the 8th round, that's crazy to me. But see, Bryce Young went like, what, 9 or 10? Round 9 or 10 last draft. Now he's up here at the beginning of round 8. So this is, we got a lot of, man, this is way different, man. It's like a different pool of people, obviously. Connor, round 8. I don't like that pick, really. But maybe the guy needs a running back. I'm guessing he probably does. Yeah, he's only got Javon. This guy has Javonte Williams and James Conner as his running backs.
Got him! Got him!
Yeah. Wow. Wow. I remember Mingo went like 50. He went like 150, somewhere around that range. We got to jump on that guy a little earlier than that to make sure we get him. Schultz, Cousins. We need a tight end. Freiermuth is still there. I like him. I like him the best, probably, that's still left out there, to be honest. I don't know. We can still get Kincaid earlier or later. We can still get Everett down the road, too. I like Freiermuth. We might have to go Freiermuth next here. Not a fan of any of these running backs, to be honest, considering who I got already, or these receivers. Might try to go get Zay Flowers again, too. I like that guy. Kyler Murray's going around 9. That's pretty good value right there. Good value. Kyler. Let's see how much time he misses. Michael Thomas. Holy cow. Holy cow, Michael Thomas.
What an idiot!
Harris, Bateman. Freiermuth is there. We're taking him. Boom. Give me a tight end. Pretty decent one. I like him. Freiermuth, in my opinion, is very, very underrated. So... this guy needs a quarterback, dude. This guy doesn't have a quarterback. This guy's got no quarterback, bro. This guy's got Swift and Akers at RB. He's got Garrett Wilson, Waddle, Debo, Ridley, JSN, Burks, and Quentin Johnston. Like, what's this guy doing, dude? There goes AR-15, 10. So he just took his first quarterback. This is this guy's first quarterback, just like the last guy. Oh, we got a pick. Give me Jordan Love. Give me another quarterback. All right, we got 3 QBs. We're set. We're set at QB.
We can just start building receivers now. We got 3 receivers. We are going to get one of these guys, Mingo, Flowers, or Rice, next pick. Hopefully. Tight end, quarterback. We are going heavy receiver from here on out. Maybe another running back, obviously, and a couple more tight ends. But that's, we got our quarterbacks, man. We got depth. We have depth at quarterback. And that's all that matters. We got 3 pretty good ones in my opinion too. They're all starters. We don't have to worry about, you know, QB competitions at all with either of these guys. We do need to go get some receivers though, but we have 3 decent ones. Decent. It's not the greatest receiver room. It's not bad though from picking from 11, the 11 spot either. So, I mean, we're gonna start sniping some people here soon. I'm hoping I get all of these guys. Zay Flowers just go? Yeah, he did. Flowers is going around 10, man. Wow. Wow. I think he's worth it though. That's not bad. Like, who does this guy have other than Flowers? Oh, I'm curious. I mean, he's got Michael Thomas, Deontay Johnson, Tony, and Cooper. Ooh. Got a good running back with quarterback though. He's got Mahomes, Bijan. This was the guy that picked 8th overall. Just funny because that's who I took 8th overall too when I had that pick. There goes Gino. There goes A-Chain. This guy's got Kirk Cousins as his only quarterback. This Ben had been. We are up in 5 picks. Mingo and Rice are still on the board. Trying to see how far these guys are down. Oh, we don't know because they're undrafted. Look at how far Algier has come down. Isn't that crazy? This guy's ADP is 80, and we're already at 130. He hasn't been drafted. Talk about a slide because of Bijan. There goes Knox. I'm grabbing Cole Kmet right here. I'm not worried about this guy taking a receiver, even though he's got 7. He's got back-to-back picks, and then I'm up. This guy's quarterback is AR-15, by the way. This guy who's picking 12th. That's his only quarterback, and we're in about to be in round 12. He's got Anthony Richardson. This guy, I don't know what this guy's doing. You know what I'm going to say about, he's got Stroud. He's going to rookie QB. Well,
Better luck next year.
rookie QB. Better luck next year, dude. You better hope Stroud plays really, really good. Richardson's not going to play much, I'm telling you. There goes Kincaid. All right, we're taking Mingo. I don't know if we see Mingo if we don't take him now. There he goes. I like this guy, dude. I am snagging this guy in auction league. You better believe it. He will go to me. I will snag this guy in auction league. You better believe it.
All right. Hyatt's off the board. DJ Chark is off the board. Osborne, Madison just went. Okonkwo is still out there. Tight end. Likely still out there. I like Likely. Aiden Hurst too in Carolina. I like that too. I forgot about him being in Carolina. And I like Greg Deluxe. Let's put all three of those guys up there just in case. I don't think Okonkwo and Deluxe will be there though. Let's look at the receiver board here. Palmer, Dobbs, NVS, Shaheed, Wandell. Cream of the crop, basically. Rashid Rice is still out there too. I like him. I like him over a lot of these guys, to be honest. Because he's on the Chiefs. And I'm a Chiefs fan, and I know that they are going to play this guy a lot, probably. They have to. They have to play this guy a lot. I mean, I think that the one guy, what's his name? The guy we drafted last year, I think he gets some more playing time this year, but I don't know why I can't think of his name. I've literally just seen him. There's Miller and Mayer. Sky Moore, that's who I'm thinking of. Sky Moore, this guy's the one that has him. Yeah, Sky Moore is going to get some more playing time this year, but I think you see a lot of Rice as well. All right, we are up. Wow. I don't have a whole lot to choose from here. Let's go get Hayden Hurst. I'm taking Rice, dude. I'm not gonna let this guy slide anymore. I don't know if I get him in at pick what, 180 or whatever it'll be. It'll be 179 or 180. 179, I don't think I see him, so can't do it. Can't do it. Maybe a little bit of reach on both of those guys, but I'm not worried about it, to be honest. We will go get some other receivers. I'm not too worried about it. We still got 15, 16. We still got 4 more picks. So, man, this didn't go the way I thought it would go, man. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie, dude. I would have had to take a quarterback at the end of round 2 to get my guy, to get Burrow, which I just didn't want to do. I'm not saying there's no value with it, but there's better value in round 3 or 4, especially at the end of round 3 or beginning of round 4. If he would have fell there, that would have been stealing. But they took him, so it kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. Trey Lance at the end of round 14, that's pretty good. Pretty good if he ends up getting traded somewhere and becoming a starter, or if he starts for San Francisco. That's just a wait and see kind of thing, but man, a lot of people are not high on Lance. Could be a mistake. I don't know what round he was going in last year. I think it was like 6, 7, and 8, somewhere around there, if I remember correctly.
There goes Scantling. Oh man, that guy's terrible. Terrible in fantasy, at least. Shaheed is there. I'm taking him. I think. I like Shaheed. I like Josh Downs too, and I like Hodgins. Obviously, took him last. I think Shaheed's gonna be there. I gotta take Shaheed if he's there. Shaheed, look at this, 28 catches, and he's still got you 86.5 points. That's pretty good, man. That's really good. He's gonna get way more targets and catches this year, in my opinion. Yeah, we're gonna go Shaheed next. Here goes Shaheed. We're taking him. Get a bunch of guys on our team that don't have a pitcher. Might take Palmer if he's there too, to be honest. They're projecting Palmer for sliding down depth chart, question mark. Oh, maybe that's why he's sliding in his projections so low. I don't know about that. I think the safest pick is Hodgins at receiver, so we're gonna go to Hodgins. Hodgins is the safest pick at receiver right now on the board, in my opinion. Could argue Alec Pierce. What did Alec Pierce do though? Only 41 catches last year. Woo. Give me Hodgins. I like Hodgins. That guy's a player. We will take Hodgins again. It's not bad after Williams. I'm not mad at this receiver room that I got, really. Could be better, obviously. We got CeeDee Lamb though. Which I like him. I like him this year. A little more than I did a couple years ago. Well, I liked him a couple years ago pretty good, and then last year I didn't like him as much, and he turned out. So he turned out to be pretty good. Thornton could be good if he played for a different team. Tyquan Thornton or whatever his name is. He could be better if he didn't play for the Patriots. And he had a better quarterback. So there goes Renfro, Josh Downs. Pearson Palmer is still there. He'll probably go though here soon. There goes Patrick Pierce. Okay. Palmer's going to be next here in the next 5 picks. Well, there he is. There he is. I'm glad we went and got Hodgins. He would not be there. We might look for Ritter here. We might go Ritter. I do think Ritter's going to pan out for these guys, for Atlanta. I really do. I don't think he's going to be the greatest as far as fantasy goes, but I do think with what they put around him, I think he can be successful as a quarterback there. So I'm hoping so, because I think he's a good fit for them. Hopefully he gets a little better as a passer over this offseason. Hopefully he did, or he will. But I'll do some more drafts if they have like our $5 or $10 out. I don't know when they're gonna have the $5, $10 ones out. I'm not super rich, so I'm not gonna spend a bunch of money on these $25 ones. We have 2 more picks. Probably need to get another running back. And another tight end.
course, we could go get another quarterback, get Ritter. Let me see what they got a running back here. I'm on the clock. Gosh, there's nothing at running back, man. I only got 3. Carter's got to be best available at the time, right? Carter's best available. Just in case Breach goes down again, which I hope does not happen. That'd be a sad day. Ritter's there, so let's just go get him. We don't need another tight end. We got Hurst, Komet, and Freiermuth. I'm fine with that. That's it, man. We're done. We're wrapping up our second draft. It didn't go as planned. We got T-Law in both drafts. I will show you guys this. So we'll show you guys this after this is over. You can pretty much see we got T-Law, Rogers, Love, Ritter. It's a pretty good QB group, honestly. I'm not too worried about it. We are safe there. We got JT, Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, Michael Carter, running back. It's a little less at running back than I would like. I would like to have 5, but it is what it is. It's not bad for drafting in the 11 spot. And then we got at receiver, we got little young here. We got Lamb, Pickens, Williams, Mingo, Rice, Shaheed, Hodgins. So we got like Lamb's in year 4, Pickens is in year 2, Williams year 2, 2 rookies. Rashid's in year 2 and Hodgins is in year 2 or 3, I believe. So we're a little young at receiver, but that's okay. And at tight end, we got Freiermuth, Komet, Hurst. And that wraps up our second best ball draft on Underdog Fantasy here. Both of them $25 entries. That's all we're going to do for today. We're waiting on 2 more picks here for this. I'm not mad about having T-Law though. It could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse. I think T-Law is the last guy. He's the last guy at quarterback you got to have. If you don't have him, it's going to be a tough go, I think, for those teams that don't have that guy or the guys in front of him, in my opinion. That's just my opinion now. Yeah, so here's the team. I guess I need to refresh here. There we go. Like I said, here's the team. This was our first team. This is the second team. Yeah, not too bad. So we'll go over the first team here. T-Law, Minshew, Smith, Bijan, Breece Hall, Stevenson, Algier. So we doubled up with Robinson and Algier just in case one goes down. Just a protection pick on my part. Then we stacked Lawrence with Kirk, Williams. We got Zay Jones, Zay Flowers, Jahan Dotson, Isaiah Hodgins, Terrace Marshall. I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of like this receiver group a little better. Maybe, to a degree. Then we got Kincaid, Everett, Jahan Dotson. Or Jawan Dotson. Johnson. Jahan Dotson and Jawan Johnson. We got both of them. And Isaiah Likely. And this one, T-Law again, Jordan Love, Ritter. So we got some good quarterbacks. Better quarterbacks in this draft. Taylor, Harris, Etienne, Michael Carter. And then Pickens, Lamb, Jameson Williams again, Mingo, Rice, Shaheed, Isaiah Hodgins, Freiermuth, Komet, and Hurst at tight end. So it's not too bad in my opinion. I like both. Projected for 3,100. This one's projected for 26. Whatever, dude. I don't even know how they come up with that crap. I do have a better receiver than Lamb on this other team now. But these running backs aren't bad. Taylor, Harris, and Etienne, those are good in my opinion. Those are all guys inside my top 12. So you can wait on running back in my opinion in some of these drafts. I think it's starting to trend towards going receiver heavy at the beginning, drafting a QB in round 3, and then getting some running backs in round 4 and 5. I think that's kind of the way to go in some of these best ball drafts. Just depends on who you can, like if you can snag like a Harrison and Etienne late after everybody else goes RB and you end up having 2 good receivers and a good quarterback, you could be pretty good. You could have a pretty good team in my opinion. It's tough to do from the 11 spot though in my opinion, because a lot of these receivers, these good ones that you want, going super like Hill, Jefferson, and Chase are the 3 guys that I want off the rip if I go receiver. I'm not really a fan of some of these other guys. Not for round 1 at least. So yeah, man, let me see here if they got some cheaper ones here in the NFL. Now they still have the Best Ball Mania 4. They will have some of these other ones that are $5 and $10 drafts, which I will do a bunch of those, and we will do those on stream as well. So looks like Bijan's ADP is going up from 11 to inside the top 10. I drafted him at 8, and so did this other guy in the other league. God, I want to do another one, but $25, man. Good grief. I only did like 4 $25 ones, so we might do another one another time, but right now we're just gonna pass on it. Let's go over some of these receivers, man. We got the receivers up here already, actually. Let's go over some of these receivers. All right, here we go. Gonna go to receivers. We're gonna have to adjust this. Pushing the wrong button because I'm an idiot. All right, let's go to these receivers. You can see I got a lot of them being kept, okay? I have a ton of these guys being kept, which is unfortunate, but we will know for sure, like I said, come August, who is being kept. But we're still going to go over these guys. That way you guys know what I'm thinking about price-wise. All this other stuff off to the right is just for me, as far as these guys being kept. So, Jefferson, obviously, top pick here at receiver. It's not really close. This guy should be the #1 overall pick in best ball, as far as I'm concerned. Do I worry about that? Of course. I worry about any of these guys that go '1 overall. I was worried about Jonathan Taylor last year. I was worried about McCaffrey too, but that didn't turn out to be the case. $60, bro. Minimum right here. It's not even close. this guy goes for less than 60, you are basically getting away with murder, in my opinion. The guy's going to keep him in my league for 43. I would hope he would do that. If not, I will be going after this guy for sure. This guy's also got Jamar Chase, if you can't tell, in my league, and he's going to keep him for $16. Jamar Chase, he's another example, probably the best example in my league. If you are doing a auction league, okay, you cannot let some of these rookie receivers go for cheap. I'm gonna keep pounding this in to the ground with you guys. You cannot let these, like Mingo, Zay Flowers, JSN, these guys cannot go for cheap. If they do, and you have a keeper league and an auction league, you're gonna regret it. Your league that lets a guy that drafts, if your league lets a guy draft one of these guys for cheap, you're gonna regret it, because he's gonna be able to keep them. Say if it's a keeper league, he's gonna be able to keep them right here for stupid cheap. This guy and Jamar, this was Jamar's rookie season so 2 years ago that we started this draft. Remember all the doubters about Jamar Chase, yada yada, dropping balls in practice, wasn't gonna be that good. We let this guy draft him for $6. He kept him for 11, obviously, after last season. Or his rookie season. And then last year, he kept him for $11. Now he's going to keep him again for 16 because it's 5 more, right? That's how it works with this keeper stuff in our league. You keep a guy for $5 more than what you drafted him for the previous season. So in year 2, he's paying $10 more, and now he's paying 16. That's still a bargain for this guy. He should be going for about $49.50. I will even move this up a bit to 52. I'm gonna say 52 now. He is a number 2 guy. Diggs. I have Diggs a little less, but I'm gonna move him up to about $49. This guy can keep him for 46. I could see that happening. Cup, $55. Now look, you see these guys right here. They're all in the red. These guys are getting up there in age, okay? So be wary of these guys. They have a year or 2 left at the most. This could be they might not be, they might get hurt this year and be done. I'm just throwing that out there, man. That's why these guys are 1 and 2. They're younger, and in the long run they're going to be better for you if you're in dynasty or keeper. CD's close here too. CD finished number 6 overall. I have him staying in 6. This guy can move up the board though. Cup's going to be 55 because of name recognition, because of his triple crown winner a couple years ago. People can't get that out of their minds. So in an auction league, he's going for more than 50. He's going for at least more than 50. I got him at about 55 here. I'm not going to change that up or down. That's about right. This guy will keep him in my league for $27. Even if he turns out not being the same player, because it's just too much value to pass up on. He's saving about $30 on a premier receiver that could come out, he could come back this year being the same receiver he was 2 years ago, but he is 30. So time is ticking on Cup. Now Cup is a little bit of an anomaly because he came into the league, I think, a little older. He didn't have a ton of time. Let me double check here on Cup. So Cup, give me 1 second here. Cup came in 2017, so this will be year number 7. So that's not horrible. He's not in like his 10th season or something like Keenan Allen or somebody. He has dealt with a little bit of injury though. He played 15 games. Well, look, he didn't play that much. He only had 62 receptions his first year. Second year, he played half the season, 40. 94, 92 receptions. Then he had the 145 2 years ago. That was the Triple Crown. And then last year, he played half the season as well. So he doesn't have a ton of mileage on him, but he is 30. He is 30. Just keep that in mind. You know, he wasn't one of these guys who came in being a receiver at 20, 21. He was like 23 at the time. So he doesn't have quite as much mileage on him. And he is the number one guy now. He has gotten better throughout his career as it's progressed as well. So just going back to the fact that I wouldn't be too worried about him as much as I would be worried about somebody like Adams, you know. Tyreek Hill, he'll be fine. 44 is a little low for Hill, I think, this year. I'm gonna move it up a smidge. Let's go 48. 48 sounds about right. If you get him for under 45, call the police. Call the police because there's been a robbery. Okay, if you get this guy for like 40, 45.
Robbery in progress.
This guy in my league, as you can see, this guy right here in my league is going to keep him for $35 if he keeps him this year. He drafted him for 30 last year. Everybody was out on Tyreek Hill because he left the Chiefs. Now, I live in Kansas City, so I draft with a bunch of guys who are Chiefs fans for the most part. We have one guy who's a hardcore Jaguar fan. But yeah, man, and I think we got another guy who's a Bears fan, but I don't know if he's still in the league or not. But so a lot of people were down on Tyreek Hill a little bit last year. So we went for $30. Now this guy can keep him. This is what happens when you make a mistake and let a guy go for cheap. It could be a steal the next year. They keep him. CeeDee Lamb. I like Lamb to move up a little bit here. Give me 44. Give me a couple more dollars on this guy. Would I pay close to 50 for him? Maybe. If I have the extra cash, if I have the extra budget for this guy, and this guy doesn't keep him, would I maybe pay 50 for him? Maybe. Yeah, I would. I would have to fill some other pieces first, potentially. So, Adams. I don't know if this guy will keep Adams or not. Adams should go. I'm going to still say 44. I'm going to keep it here. I should lower it, but because I don't think he would be worth $44 in my opinion. I would only want him for like 40, 41 maybe. 44 is a little high. But if I'm in a league and this guy doesn't get kept, which it doesn't look like he's going to get kept in my opinion, I'm making somebody else draft this guy for more than $40. Okay? I'm doing it. I'm just doing it. If somebody wants this guy, I will draft this guy for $40. But say somebody wants him for like 41, I'll bid 42 and see if the guy will chase. More than likely. I'll chase this guy out of the 30s. Some guy's getting ready to draft him for like 36, 37 bucks. I will bid on it to drive this price up a smidge. Not too much, but a smidge. Because Adams could have a decent year, and then they could go out and get a good quarterback for 2024, and then this guy could keep him and for this kind of price, and I wouldn't like that. Adams is 31 this year, so this could be Adams last year at being a top 15 guy, in my opinion. Or really top 10. I got him in the top 10 here. This could be his last year in the top 10. He's been in the league forever, man. He doesn't have as much mileage as somebody who's at his age because he didn't start right away. He shared some time his first 2 years. And he has been relatively injury-free, so that helps. But I wouldn't be too high on this guy.
I low-key like some of these guys underneath of him better. But out of respect, I do have him up here inside the top 10. Granted, I think he dips this year a little bit because Garoppolo throws hospital balls, and he's not... I don't even think he's in the same category as Derek Carr, to be honest. I don't think he's better than Derek Carr. And I think the Raiders in general, they just struggle. And like I said, like a stream or two ago, I think there's a chance that Adams wants out of, I was going to say Oakland. I think he wants out of Las Vegas with the Raiders. I think there's a chance. Say middle of the season, week 10, right before the trade deadline, there's a chance this guy wants out of here because they suck. They're going to suck. They're going to get their ass kicked all over the place in that division this year and in that conference. They have a horrible head coach, in my opinion. And they just downgraded in quarterback. They didn't get Rodgers. They didn't get Lamar. They didn't get Brady. They got Jimmy G. Jimmy G is... Look, Jimmy G, a quarterback like him, he can thrive with a receiver like Debo and a weapon like McCaffrey in the backfield. He can thrive on getting the ball out quick to these guys. Davante Adams, yeah, you can get the ball out quick to him to a degree, but he's not Debo. He's not run after the catch like McCaffrey and Debo are, as good as those guys are. He's more of a downfield possession receiver that's running routes down the field. He's got a better route tree than those guys. You know, you can flip the ball out to Debo and McCaffrey, which is what kind of quarterback he is. You're not really doing that. I mean, you can do it with Adams, but you're not doing it as often as what you were doing it with McCaffrey and Debo. Those guys are yards after the catch type of guys. So is this guy, but he's down the field, yards after the catch. Jimmy G's got to be able to get the ball to him down the field. Okay? Jimmy G is not an accurate quarterback. He throws hospital balls that puts his receivers in the hospital. That's what it does. That's what he does. So they're going to be losing this year, the Raiders. They're not, I'm telling you, man, this team's in the running for another top 10 pick in the draft next year. They're going to be in the Caleb Williams, Drake May sweepstakes next year if they don't get somebody else other than Garoppolo. That's if Garoppolo can stay healthy. Okay? Adams is going to want out of this place. You mark my words on this one. And if not, I still don't see him having a good year. So, don't overpay for this guy. I do have him in the top 10, but just barely, dude. I could drop him out of the top 10 tomorrow if I really had to, and I wouldn't feel bad about it. Out of respect for how good he is, though, I will keep him here. There is a chance he is a top 10 receiver, even with somebody as bad as Jimmy G at quarterback. So, moving on, Waddle and Wilson and Metcalf here. These guys are really in their prime. These guys are going to be cheaper than somebody like Adams. Wilson, I'm going to bump his price up $5 more because of Rodgers. I mean, this guy just went 4th overall in a best ball draft that we just did. There's people out there that know what's up. They know that this guy is good, and they know that he just got a really good quarterback. Granted, he's kind of old, but Rodgers, I think he thrives in that kind of offense with a bunch of good pieces around him. Good defense as well. It's going to get him the ball a lot. He's going to have a lot of short fields, in my opinion, more so than what he had last year. Wilson is going to be the best receiver that he's had to throw to since Davante Adams. And Wilson's a little more valuable now at this point, now that we know Rodgers is officially there. Could he creep into the 40s, the $40 prices? Maybe. But I don't think he goes for more than Adams. Now, obviously, this doesn't pertain to me because you see this guy's being kept in my league. This guy's being kept for $7. So, you know,
That's what happens when you let these guys or rookies get drafted for cheap. This is what happens. And actually, I want to say it's like $5 or $6 maybe. Actually, now I don't even think it's 7. I think it's 5 or 6. Because what had happened was this guy got drafted, and then the guy let him go. He benched him, and then he put him on waivers because Zach Wilson was playing really bad at the beginning of the season. So then this guy got picked up in waivers, and now the guy's going to be able to keep him for like $5. Because picking a guy up off waivers is like picking a guy up for $0 in our league. DK also probably going to be kept. $35 is where I have him projected at. This guy could go for more. He could go into the 40s. He was drafted for 18 last year in my league. He'll be kept for 23. He should be kept. If he's not, I'm going to obviously go after him. Waddle's going to be kept for a second year in a row. A lot of people weren't too high on Waddle 2 years ago when we started this league. This guy got him for $4. Now he's keeping him for 14 2 years later. This is what I'm telling you guys. A lot of you guys out there, if you've never been in an auction league, or even if you have been, and say you don't have keepers, but then you're thinking about making keepers in your league, or if you're getting ready to start a league with keepers, you can't let these rookie receivers, rookie QBs, rookie running backs go for stupid cheap. Because if they do, and you have a keeper league, these guys are going to get kept, and they're going to get kept for pennies on the dollar, basically. And it's going to allow somebody to build a roster because they have so much extra money left over for their budget. For those of you guys that aren't aware, my auction league is $200 budget, which most are. Some might be a little different, but it's a $200 budget. You have to at least bid $1 on every player that you pick. We have 15 spots to fill. Some people might have more or less. And then we have a quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a flex, a tight end, kicker, and a defense. Some people may not have a kicker or defense in their league. We do. And then we have like 6 bench spots, I believe, and 1 IR spot. But yeah, we have $200 budget, and then we can keep 3 players every year. That's how we do ours. Some people may not have keepers or whatever, so this all resets for them, but we set our keepers before, like a month out of the draft, and then that deducts from our budget, and then whatever we have left over for our budget, that's what we have to spend on the rest of the players that we have to fill. So for instance, we can go through what I have here. I have so we can go over my team here. These are all projected keepers for some of these guys. All right, where are we at here? All right, so this is my team right here. So this is what we have to fill, okay? These are my set keepers right now. So we have $200. $200 in my league. Now, as it is right now, I'm keeping Walker, Breece Hall, Olave. This will be my first year keeping all of these guys. So I have a quarterback, a receiver. I basically have, let's just put it short, I have 12 spots to fill. Now, minus... This equals 200 minus the sum of all of these. Just go right there, really. Nope. So I have $136 to spend. That's what I have. I started out with 200. I have 136 after I spent on these guys. That's not bad considering the 3 players I'm keeping, okay? Like I said, Breach Hall, 30 bucks last year, 35 this year now, 5 more. Kenneth Walker, $8. Stole him for $8. 13 now this year. This guy, it doesn't matter about Charbonnet. I know Charbonnet is there now. This guy's still going for $40 or more if we started over from scratch. Okay, same thing with Olave. Paid 11. I'm keeping him for 16. I got him projected to go for roughly 35 or more dollars ish, you know, in between the 30 to $40 range. So these are discounted prices for me. That's why I'm keeping these guys. That's why I got them set here. But now I got extra money. I have 2 running backs. Now I have extra money to go get Bijan. I can go get Bijan this year if I want. Now, am I going to spend 50 or 60 bucks for him? Yeah. But that means Walker becomes my RB3. That means Bijan goes right here. Bijan will go right here. So Bijan. Let's just do a hypothetical draft here. Okay. Now remember, I can get all these guys as long as I bid on them. This isn't redraft. All of these guys are going to get nominated and then the bidding begins. So let's just say I take Bijan. I got him listed for 50. Let's just say I spend like 55 on him. That's pretty reasonable. All right, I'm down to 81 bucks. Now in my league, I would probably have to go get somebody like Trevor Lawrence at quarterback, okay? Mahomes is going to be kept, more than likely. So is Josh Allen. So is Jalen Hurts. I got a lot of these top quarterbacks you guys are thinking of that are probably going to be kept in my league. Trevor Lawrence. Let's just say, I'm just going to see what I got him projected as. I got Lawrence projected to go for 21 bucks. You see, 21 bucks right there. So let's just put 21 in here. Boom. I'm down to $60 now. That's how much I got left. 60. Wide receiver. Let's go get, looking at who's available here. You guys won't be able to see it, I don't think. Maybe you will. Kind of. You'll kind of be able to see it. I can't scroll over anymore. Let's just say I go get... Who would I actually go get? Let's say I go get Drake London, maybe. Or let's say... Yeah, let's throw Drake London out there. Drake London. I got him projected to go for 18 bucks. $42 left. Okay. We'll just insert kicker defense. It doesn't matter who. Kicker defense will be $2 max. More than likely one a piece. Depends on who I get. I could maybe spend 3 or 4 if I go get like Bucker or Evan McPherson or something at kicker. Defense is going to be cheap. You're not going to spend much, and trust me, you're just not going to. You're going to spend $1 or $2. We'll just go 2 for safety, just in case I do spend $1 extra or something. It's not really important though. Tight end. Based off the guys that will not be capped, let's say I go... Let's say I go get somebody like Freiermuth or Evan Ingram or something like that. I got them projected to go for like, you know, $10 roughly. 8 to 10 bucks is what you're looking at there, probably. Not much more. Let's just go Evan Ingram, because I would want to pair him up with Lawrence, since they're both on the same team. Evan Ingram, $8. I'm down to $30. This is filled. Copy, paste. So those are filled. Now we just got to go find 6 bench guys. We have $30. Now a lot of these bench guys, like 2 or 3 of them at the end, you're gonna pay like nothing for them, more than likely. You're gonna have to wait, and you may not get the guy that you want, but you're not gonna pay much for him. So let's look down the board here a little bit, receiver wise. I could spend a little bit of money to go get somebody, okay? That's not out of the question. I could go get somebody like Christian Kirk. Let's just say I want Kirk because he's a Jaguar, and I have Evan Ingram, and I have, you know, or I mean, I have $30. I can almost get anybody on the board, really. I could go get DJ Moore for 26. That's projected for him. Now I would only have $4, so technically I couldn't spend that. I would only have. The way our league works is you got to have $1 for this guy, 1 for him, 1 for him, 1 for him. 1 for him. Technically, my max spend is $25 on one guy. I could spend $25 right here, but I would have to have $1 for these last few bench spots, okay? For the last 5 bench spots, I would have to have $1 in my league. That's the way it works. You can't bid $0 for a guy, and you have to fill all 15 spots, okay? Now, so I can spend 25. That's the max I can spend on somebody, technically. So we go back to our rankings here. I could go get... I'm trying to be reasonable here. See, and this is why you can steal some of these rookie receivers at a cheap price every year. Let's just say I wanted to spend some money, and so I got Jameson Williams projected. You guys can't see it, but I got him projected for $14. He could go for less now that he got suspended 6 games. I'm going to project him going for about 11. I'm going to move him down $3. This is all hypothetical. Obviously he could go for more, but he is suspended for 6 games. But he's a good receiver. But the suspension helps and value for guys like this guy. So if I go back to my roster, I go Jameson Williams. Let's just say he goes for like 12, okay? We'll just be reasonable. Now I got $18. Remember, 1, 1, 1, 1. Now I can spend $14. I believe, right? That's the max I can spend. It's 14 now. It would be 1, 1, 1, 1. $14. That's the max I can spend now on a player. So you got to keep that in mind, obviously. Now these last guys that you go for, whether they're receiver or running back, okay? Whether it's receiver / RB / tight end, okay? These last 2 guys, okay, typically, especially if everybody else has their roster filled before you, because say you spend a bunch of money here early on and you're not bidding on a whole lot of guys, and you're getting outbidded because there's other people who haven't spent their money. There's other people in your league who haven't spent their money because they're waiting on guys. They're not going out and spending a bunch of money to go get somebody like Bijan as their, you know, their flex or whatever, like I did. I can do that because I saved a bunch of money on these 3 guys. These guys are typically going to be like $1 or $2. All right, I'm just going to throw that out there. The reason why, and these are not going to be guys that are good. These are going to be guys you take a chance on, whatever. The reason why these guys are going to be $1 is because everybody else is going to have filled their roster already, probably. And then you can just get whoever you want here for cheap, okay? Whoever these guys are. Now, hypotheticals, this could be like... This could be Mingo. This could be Jonathan Mingo, maybe. You never know. There may not be anybody high on this guy. This could be... Maybe not Rashid Rice because he's a Chief, and I play fantasy with a bunch of Chief fans, so they're going to know about him. So Rice might go for like $3 or $4 instead of 1. He's not going to go for much, though. This could be... All right, we got 1 guy. I'm going to try to find a running back. All right, this is perfect right here. Especially since I have Breece Hall. Since I have Breece Hall, right? This could be Michael Carter. $1. And this could be Isaiah Hodgins, okay? So I just got these guys for $1, more than likely. If I wait, I mean, obviously I can still spend money here for these 2 spots, but then let's just say I need to fill 2 guys. Everybody else has their roster filled for the most part, except for maybe me or another team or 2. I'm more than likely going to get these guys for $1. Because what's going to happen is everybody at the end of their draft, okay, say me and this guy and these other 2 guys below me, which you guys can't see, but just say 3 other teams have like 2 spots they need to fill, okay? Just like I do, or something like that towards the end, which these are going to be my 2 spots I need to fill. All of us are going to have no money. We're all going to have like a maximum of $1 that we can spend on a player, more than likely. There might be 1 guy who has like $5 left over. He can spend like $3 or $4 on a guy, maximum. What's going to happen is if I bid $1 on this guy and everybody else only has a $1 max that they can bid, that means they can't outbid me for the guy. So I'm going to get this guy for free. I'm going to get him for $1. There's nothing anybody can do about it because they can't bid higher than $1 because they have to fill their roster spots. You're going to get the guy that you basically nominate right here towards the end, more than likely. So we got 3 more spots to fill, and we got $16 here. Now we can actually, you know what I mean? Now these are still going to be my last 2 picks. I'm just throwing those out there on the board so you guys see it already. That way you guys aren't asking questions. Now I could use the rest of my money to go get, I'm just basing these off projections here. But I might, right here, boom, Zach Charbonnet. I'd go spend $8 on him. Boom. Might be a little more than what I should have to spend for him, but I cuff the backup to Walker right here. I got 4 running backs now. I got 3 receivers, 4 receivers. And then I go get, I could maybe get another defense potentially, or not. It doesn't have to be 2 defenses, but it could be. How much money do I have here left? I got $8 to spend. So technically I can only spend $7 on 1 player at a max. But I might just do that if it's worth it. So say I want another receiver. I'm looking for a receiver in the $7 price range. This is what I would do. I'm not going to say what I would do, actually. There might be somebody who watches this that is in my league. I would go get a receiver. I'm not gonna say who, but I'm gonna throw somebody in here that maybe I would or maybe I wouldn't get, but I'm not gonna expose the guy that I would actually go get. But let's just say it's Palmer. Josh Palmer. I got him projected for 8, but let's just say he goes for like 6. I got $2 left. I can spend $2 on another player. You know, anything basically. Anything I want. This will be anything. These last two, basically all 3 of these picks are going to be anything I want. It's going to be whoever I nominate more than likely, because everybody else is going to be out of money, okay? Everybody else is going to go spend their money. Usually the last 2 or 3 guys are guys that you spend about $1 or 2 on. It's the way it works, because everybody else wants to fill their roster with money. Now, see, even if I don't go Bijan right here, let's just say I go a player. Let's just say any player. Any player. And let's just say I spend like $30 on him, which is probably a decent player. I got an extra 25 to spend down here with these other guys. But I'm telling you right now, let's just back it up. This strategy right here, I'm pointing at the monitor that you guys are looking at. This strategy right here is going to be the strategy that wins you an auction. Okay? At least in our auction. Our auction is overall points per the year, for the whole year. We don't do head-to-head matchups each week. I mean, we do head-to-head matchups, but it doesn't matter in our league. It matters who has the most points overall at the end of the year. So in my case, this is what I would do. I'll go get a decent quarterback that I think is going to be good in the top 10. That I'm not going to break the bank for. Now, could I break the bank for Lamar? If the guy doesn't keep Lamar? Could I break the bank to where I go $30? Now I'm -9, which would be in the red. We can just condition format this. Hold on. Color scale. 0, boom. Maximum value, max value. Let's go number. Or no, let's go %. I'll figure this out here in a second. Hold on. So if I put, let's just say I spend 20. What the heck? Hold on a second. All right, there we go. That might work better. So let's say I spent $40, so that'd obviously be in the negative. Okay, it turns gray. It doesn't turn fully red. Let's go minus. Let's make this. Let's just go -1, because if it's -1, you're obviously out of money. You're gonna be in the red. Let's just say this is 200. Yeah, so if I'm -19 in the hole, I'm obviously in the red. If I say I spent 20 on him instead, I'd have $1 left over. I'd be in the green. So let's just say I got 30 here though. Lamar Jackson, I'm in the negative. I'm not gonna be able to pick up Bijan, right? I'm over the limit. Won't be able to pick him up. Let's say instead I go, I'm gonna have to go Because let's say I want a running back. Let's say I want a running back. Let's go get Rashad White. Boom, 25 bucks. Let's spell this guy's name right. Okay, I keep forgetting that this guy has an H in his name, dude. Rashad, right. Or White. 25 projection. I'm still $21 above my limit. Right. So now I can spend you know, I can still go get these guys, but then I can spend anything. Like, instead of getting Palmer, I can still take Charbonnet, I can still get Williams. Instead of taking Palmer and anything else, we can go like, well, we got 25 bucks. We can spend a maximum of 24. So I could go get a high-end guy. You know, wouldn't be high-end, but it'd be high-end for this late. And go get a high-end guy for a bunch of money. You know, I could go get trying to think of who else would be there here come this time. You know, I could go get $17. Now I got 12 to spend. I have $12 to spend. And now I can go get for 12 bucks. Here, I got this guy listed at $12 right here. $0. So I'm at the end of my money. There we go. So this is just hypothetical stuff right here. You know what I mean? Do I go lower at quarterback and get Lawrence and maybe spend that extra money on Bijan? Like, don't get me wrong, dude. Yeah. It's... Hold on. Let me leave Ingram there. Let me leave... Even if this isn't London, let's just say this isn't London. Because these are most likely, this is a most likely scenario right here. If I go get Bijan Robinson again, let's just even say I spend like 58 on him, dude. Something pretty, I mean, this is not out of the question. I would like to get this guy for under 50. Okay, but you've seen what happens if I get this guy under 50, because I had him at 55 and I still made a roster work. Let's just say I spend say I spend like 23 instead of 21 on T-Law now. So I got 33 bucks now here. Okay, Bijan would be in the flex. I apologize for that. So I need a flex, and I need 3 more bench spots, and I have 33 bucks, so I can spend a maximum of $30 on somebody. This is possible now. This is possible. This could happen. Depends on what you want to do, what kind of bench you want to have. Remember, you can find guys on the waiver wire. You're always going to be able to find guys, and we have a separate budget for that in our league. Okay, we have a $200 or we have a $100 budget for that in our league. $100 in the waiver wire. We have a bidding war, a bidding fab money waiver wire as well. So I can go spend $30 and go get another guy at he would be at my wide receiver 2 position. Remember, I got to go get a receiver, and I want a good guy. I have gosh, receivers gonna be thin this year, man. I got T. Higgins for like $24. That's it, but he's probably gonna be kept. Okay, in my league. I'm gonna go over hypotheticals in my league. Devontae Smith is out there for 22. Devontae Smith. Gosh, man. Capitalization. I haven't projected for 22, but somebody like me, I might go spend 25 on them. Boom. $8 left. I spend $1 here. I spend like $2 here. And then I spend $5 right here on whoever. That's what happens. And then you can get guys for cheap here. This could be you gotta think of who these guys are gonna be. If you look down my list here, this could be, gosh, did I spell this guy's name right? I don't think so. This could be Bijan's backup right here. Boom. Back in Texas. Back in Texas. This could be his backup for $1. I'm gonna get this guy for $1 or $2 at the most. I guarantee it. He's a third stringer right now, technically on the Bears roster. Could he end up being the #1 guy? 100%. All it takes is an injury or two, or a guy not playing good, and he's moving up. He could be a guy who blossoms down the road, and maybe I end up keeping for next year. You know what I mean? This could be. Look at this. I have this guy for $2. This guy would be a steal in my opinion. Terrace Marshall right there, guy out of Carolina. And then I can go spend $5 on I got this guy right here projected for $5 right here. He's gonna be in the ballpark of that though, at least. Not saying he's gonna be $5, but he's gonna be in the ballpark. Never know. If we're not looking at Tyler Boyd, maybe, you know, maybe we look at this could be Curtis Samuel. I mean, that's a pretty good lineup right there. Let's just say I get Jets defense. Let's say I spend $4 for them. And let's say I got him at a discount price and I got him for 6 Charbonnet instead of 8. You know what I mean? Say that's the Jets defense. I actually spent a little bit for them. And this could be look, man, all these kickers are going to be cheap, dude, for the most part. I mean, this is like insert almost any kicker at this point. This could be. Let's just throw this guy's name out there. Boom. Brandon McManus. This could be Eddie Pinheiro. This could be Jason Sanders. This could be Jake Elliott. This could be Robbie Gould. This could be almost any kicker. Aside from Tucker, Bucker, McPherson. And those guys are only going to go for $2 or $3. Okay, and this. You know, you could get Greg Joseph. You could get Mason Crosby. You could go get their rookie kicker that they drafted. You could go get their rookie kicker or San Francisco that they drafted. I don't know. Is the rookie kicker for San Francisco that they drafted 99 overall, is that the new kicker? That could be him. I don't know if Gold retired or not. I really don't know. I don't keep up with kicker news. That could be Koo. That could be Nick Folk. That could be Graham Gano. Graham Gano would be a good kicker. You're going to pay $1 for these guys, is what I'm getting at. You're going to pay maximum of like $3 or $4 for somebody like the Jets D. If somebody's paying $10 for him, you just say, okay, you can have them. Defense doesn't matter in this league that much. The defensive points, yeah, you can get some points out of our defense. You can get like 20 if they get like 2 pick sixes and 5 sacks, and you know. But our defensive rules are standard rules. Okay, they're standard. You get 10 points from your defense if they pitch a shutout. So we'll do more of these hypotheticals, like with my team, or even with a team that doesn't have the keepers. We can do hypotheticals. Really though, this is not set in stone. This is just an example. Some of this stuff could change, give or take a couple of dollars, depending on the league you're in, depending on who's high on who. Obviously you won't have keepers if you're not in a keeper league like me, and so it could be different, you know. It just depends, man. It just depends. If you have a scenario for me, I can run it through off my projections and we can go over stuff. That's why this, but another thing that plays into these auction drafts is when you nominate somebody, right? Like, for example, say I want a kicker. Right? I can nominate a kicker in the first round if I want. And I could just go nominate somebody that I want that's probably not very good as far as like one of the top guys. Like, say I wanted my choice at any of the kickers that I think are going to go for $1. I'll just nominate like, I'll nominate like Young Waku, or Graham Gano. I'll just nominate them in the first round. I'll spend $1. More than likely, nobody's gonna bid up to 2 or 3. I'd be shocked. And if they do, I'm gonna let them have them. If they do bid up to $2, I will let that person have that kicker, and I'll just go get another kicker that's worth $1, like Greg Joseph or Kaimi Fairbairn, something like that. You know what I mean? That's what I'm gonna do. That is what I'm gonna do. I'll do stuff like that. I'll nominate like a tight end off the rip that nobody wants. You know what I mean? Or I wouldn't say nobody wants, but he's not like super high end. Like, I'll nominate, you know, I might nominate Dalton Kincaid or something, and then I might bid up to like $3 or $4. But if I get him for $3 or $4, it could be a steal, because that's pennies on the dollar for a tight end, and we don't know what he's going to be. Nobody knows. If he turns out to be Travis Kelce or something, I look like I hit a home run the next year, and I keep the guy for less than $10, and now I'm stealing a tight end. If that makes any sense. It just depends on how these guys get nominated. I like to nominate guys that are going in like around 10 or later in the redraft, just to mess with people, just to see if I can sneak a guy early for cheap, you know. Now, I don't know how well it's going to work in my league, because our guys kind of know that strategy, and they will do everything they can to not let that happen. But there's always going to be a few people who are shocked by who's nominated. So anyhow, that's just a couple examples. We're going to end it right there, ladies and gentlemen. We might do a stream later tonight. We probably will. We'll go over some more of this stuff. We might do another Underdog fantasy football best ball draft on underdogfantasy.com, and we're gonna go over some of the tight ends. We haven't hit on tight ends yet and their price points. These are going to continue to change though. days, weeks, months down the road until we get closer and closer to the start of the fantasy football season, the start of the football season in general. I'm not going to bore you guys too much with what I have on these guys, other teams, and who they're keeping or whatever, but I have all their stuff down so I can see who they got, what they're thinking, how much. I track everything in my league because I like to know what I think my opponents are keeping, how much money they have left, who they're going to be going for, so on and so forth. But yeah, man, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Be sure to go follow me over on TikTok. It's XWayneSoloX. I put out a bunch of videos. A lot of them were draft videos. We'll start putting out some fantasy video content. I might work on some of that today. Go follow me on Facebook as well. Follow me here on YouTube and Twitch. That's what I'm streaming. I'm actually streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook right now, all at the same time. I will have that on the stream later tonight of where you guys can find me with my tags and stuff or whatever. I will put those up above the webcam here tonight. But yeah, man, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. We will be streaming later tonight as well, like I said. I'm trying to keep up with a lot of the news and stuff. It's tough. I work Monday through Friday, night shift and stuff. But I'm trying to keep up with content and stuff. It's tough, man, when you're doing two. This is like another job for me, man. We did a 6-hour live stream tonight into the morning. So, but if you guys have any questions regarding auction, a lot of this stuff's going to be auction based. We will do redraft stuff as well, though. I need to come up with some of my redraft rankings. But that's why a lot of this stuff is going to be based, you know, that's why we do these best ball drafts on Underdog and stuff. It gives you an idea. These are the real average draft positions, the ADPs. These are the real ADPs for these guys. Those guys are doing that stuff for $25 a pop on the ones that we did today. So those guys aren't playing around. Those are guys that aren't playing around in the fantasy world. Okay, in the fantasy world, we're not playing around on Underdog. Nobody is. They do that stuff for money, cash payout prizes. Those are the true ADPs for these guys. There's going to be some value on some guys, and there's going to be some reaches on some guys as well. And I'm going to try to dissect that for you guys and let you guys know who's reaching and who's not, where the value is on certain guys. Do I think Bijan, his ADP being 11 and somebody drafting him at 8 or 9 is a reach? I don't think so. That's going to come down. I mark my words. That's going to come down to like 7 or 6. Guarantee it. So, anyhow, we will let you guys go, man. I am out of here. Have a good one. And we'll see you guys later tonight for sure. I'm out of here, man. All right, let's crank it up for you guys. Here you guys go. I'm out of here, man. We'll see you guys tonight.